Very good morning to the entire cohort. It's indeed a pleasure to have you all here, and I'm equally excited and thrilled because the topic that I'll be covering today is really full of lot of energy, lot of things, a lot of introspection is required over there. So before I start, discussing things with you, I would call it a discussion rather than teaching kind of a thing because it will be based on our mutual exchange of thoughts because that is how we build upon it. So it's not going to be a one-way communication. So definitely I'm looking forward for your contribution as well. So let me just brief you about myself. I'm Professor Dipali Bhatnagar, and I'm a deputy director at Amity Business School in Amity University, Rajasthan. And besides being a core academician, I have been much into research and training. So from quite some time, I have been involved with AITD, Amity Institute of Training and Development, and as a certified coach, and I've been taking sessions with them, and it's been a really learning journey. And apart from very prestigious organizations with which, government organization with which I have been associated in terms of training, I also have a very strong forte for innovation, incubation, and entrepreneurship as well. So the thing which we will be discussing today is very close to my heart. It is actually what I have been, practicing throughout being into a management field and dealing with students of different arena. At times PhD ones, at times MBA graduates, or maybe the alumni. We have a very strong connect with them also. So I have been putting up quite well with all my students, and it's been really fantastic working with them and learning from them as well. So with that note, I would like to begin my session. And my only request to all of you is it will be great if you could open up your camera, keep it on, because that helps in connecting quite well with all the audience. And see how lovely you look, Mamta. She's smiling. She's looking great. And same with Sebastian. Same with Hate, if I'm spelling it right. So it's good to connect with you online. And thanks to this digital world, this virtual world, which we have picked up quite well in past few years. That is the reason why we are kind of moving towards a borderless world. Any person sitting in any area of the world could connect so easily. So that's the beauty of digitalization. So anyways, moving forward, I would like to share my screen with you. Good morning, Zain. Divya, if you could just help me out with, I'm not getting the option of sharing screen.
Okay. You're unable to share the screen, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile, as Divya is helping me out with this thing, I won't waste time. I would really like to know a little bit about my audience today. It's very interesting to know about people. That's one of my hobbies to know. So can you just tell me? I think you're doing MBA executive course, right? And parallelly, you're working in different organizations. Okay, so how was the journey till now? You must have, is it semester kind of a thing? You have gone through various semesters, different papers, something like that?
Yeah, not exactly. Currently, I'm fully working.
Okay.
So it's 15 years ago, I have completed my MBA in finance, and then it's long gap. And then the reason behind to join this course is to upgrade myself, to add my knowledges so that I can apply in the current job. And now currently I'm working as an operational specialist in one of the development sector. It's a non-profit organization.
Okay.
So just I want to upgrade myself to getting some new knowledges in current scenario from different kind of professors. That's my reasons. If you
To be precise, what all skills are you looking at to be upgraded? Like any
you know it's you know that we have a different kind of challenges in our daily working routines, you know, and then just I want to know the if any professor are going to share the different case study. So if I go through those case study, and that may help that kind of situation in coming future. So I want to just generate my ideas if that kind of case will become in coming future. So may I apply those kind of suggestions what I know from this session. That's one thing. Another thing is that the communication, just I want to aid myself that any communication is skills, because currently it's closely related to the communication and coordination skills my job's currently related to. So I want to know the different kind of views, minimum suggestions. That's the main reason.
just give me a moment. Just give me a moment.
Dr. Dipali? Okay. Okay, what about others? Why have you joined this course? What inspired you?
Sorry, I had somebody knocking up, so I just went to close my gate, and now I'm entirely here. So, Divya, were you saying something?
Yeah, so I was just continuing with your discussion. You were saying like Mamta shared really well. So now what about others? Why would they join? Just trying to see what is
Just I want to refresh
inspired you.
myself, you know,
Yeah.
because I think 10 years ago I used to teach, I used to BBA level students, but after that I jumped, I just shift my career into the development sector. If in coming future the situation will come that I might be, you know, that like as a lecturer, I maybe that's my one of the view. So I want to refresh myself. Is there any courses in the MBA? Is there new things, new ideas, so that just aid my knowledge and I can give the other person. That's the one of the view.
Oh, nice. So you want to be updated.
Yeah,
Like
just I want to be
continuous
updated.
learning.
I think that is the need of the hour for everybody. That's why I was looking
Yeah.
for to hear some specific skill if you are looking forward to. So, like Mamta rightly said, it is about coordinating and communication. Yes, you need to improve upon that. And see, Mamta, as the scenario is changing, we are not confined only in terms of the communication which happens verbally. But now
Yeah.
moving towards the digital world, we need to also be equipped with how what are the digital etiquettes of
Yeah, that's I relate to the, you know, technical relation.
those things do
Yeah.
exist.
Yes.
Anyone else who would like to contribute towards what kind of skill you are looking forward to? I'm sure you must have been having a purpose behind joining this prestigious course. So, what was it specifically about? Sebastian, if you can tell us. Zain, if you can help us out. Or Hate, if you could. You are on mute. Please unmute yourself. Zain. Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning.
Very good morning. Very
I,
good.
I don't heard the question. Can you?
I was just asking that you have joined this program for a certain purpose. So, what is
Okay.
it? Like, what skill basically? I just wanted to explore about it so that I can shape up my session also accordingly. And this is kind of an input for us so that we can imbibe those things into our structure because we really strive hard to give you the best of what you want. So that's why I was keen to know that. And Divya,
Okay.
meanwhile, if you can just help me out with, I'm not getting the sharing options.
You're still not getting it.
So that's
Actually,
why I
the
haven't started.
IT has enabled all the options. So what we do is you retry or else I'll share the screen for you.
I have got it now. I have got it now. Right. Okay. Fine. Yes. Please go ahead with your submission, Zain.
Okay, Professor. Thank you, Professor. Nice to meet you, and good morning for all
Good morning.
friends. For me, it's a new domain. This course and MBA. I am an IT engineer, and I am working in the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology of Tunisia, especially in digital economy and innovation ecosystem.
Wow.
I like to improve my skills in MBA to have more knowledge about strategic thinking, about innovation, technology, etc. That's why.
True, true. So, if anybody else would like to say something about the skills that they are looking forward to, you can put up your hands, raise your hand, and I can ask you this. Otherwise, I'll shift to my slide. Anyone else want to submit something here? And then I'll tell you the purpose why I was asking this.
I think Sebastian raised his hand earlier. If you can check with him once.
Sebastian, do you want to contribute? You have put off your camera. Why so? I coffee and you want to have it all alone. Is it so? So we want
Hi, good morning, everybody. Nice to see you again. Good morning, Professor Dipali. Yeah, I was, well, yesterday we were talking about what were our expectations, or which are our expectations of this program. And right now that you're talking about your background and experience in entrepreneurship and in incubators, actually my main goal is to obtain some informations, backgrounds, resources, and why not to make some relationships and networking with everybody here, because I have a small business and I want to escalate it. Right? I have background in engineering. I have the background. I just a couple of years ago I did my master's in engineering management in in the University of Melbourne in Australia.
Okay.
Right now I have this my own thing, my own business, and I want to escalate it. So I'm here because of that, to get this business insight, this strategic marketing insight, which in engineering is very basic, right? But right now I wanna explore it some more, and I wanna grow in this field. So those are my expectations.
Wow, that's great, and I'm really thankful to all the three participants who have valuably contributed to the discussion. And now let me tell you that how and what I was looking forward to. The reason why I was asking you about these skills was I was trying to connect the dots so that I can imbibe the similar thing into the today's session, this workshop which we are going to have. Now, one common thread which I could sense out from all of you was that you're looking forward to a kind of upgradation and knowing new things about how to survive in this changing scenario world, right? So now the question is that, if I talk about a particular skill, say for example, if you are into research, if I ask you that you need to learn SPSS software, right? You've learned it, you know it very thoroughly. Now what happens, one fine day, a better version of SPSS comes in, and that is R Studio, and now SPSS becomes redundant. Again, you are getting into that journey of striving hard and learning a new technology. So it keeps on evolving every time. So what could be the basic answer to this question? How could we make the survival very evident, very prominent for us? Because we get redundant very soon. As Mamta rightly proclaimed that I did my MBA in finance long back, and now I'm trying to upgrade, because the moment she joined the corporate world, she realized that things have changed drastically. And be it Mamta, be it me as well, I have been into this profession from past 17 years. And I have always felt a very strong need of just moving forward every time. And the kind of courses that we offer to the kids, to these children, to the students rather, keeps on changing. So now it is more of like AI based, ML based, technology is driving everything. So one key which I personally feel will keep you away from the crowd, will keep you right on the edge, and will always give you an edge over others would be, you need to develop your basic core, right? So this entire workshop have been designed so well. When we talk about like Zain talked about strategic thinking, this is what he's looking forward to. So that is the core thing. Technology you might learn today, it might get redundant again, you'll have to revive. But if your core is strong, wherein you know how strategically I need to plan upon things, you know something related to design thinking, you know something related to innovation. That is the core thing which will always stay with you. So that will shape up your aptitude about looking at things, learning and absorbing things, and keeping yourself so nimble, walking forward. Yes, Sebastian, you had some point to make. You raised your hand.
Yeah, yeah. I was listening to you, and I 100% agree. Because right now the world is showing us that you cannot build a competitive advantage based only on technology. There has to be something more. And I agree with you that we have to focus on the design, on the strategic thinking process.
Right.
Because if we try to find the new technology and we try to build a competitive advantage based only on technology, in the middle term or long term, it will be not longer be a competitive advantage.
It won't.
And I just was discussing this with my girlfriend, the case, the Netflix case, right? Because a couple of years ago, Netflix was, you know, their competitive advantage was based only on technology. Nobody else was streaming, right?
Yes.
But right now, you know, right now, everybody is streaming. You have HBO Max, Plus, Star Plus, and the technology is no longer.
And you know the problem is that consumer memory is so short-lived. They won't give you a extra brownie point because you had that legacy of existing into the market since so long, which Netflix had, right? So it's not going to get any brownie point because of that. Because now, if there are so many other players, you'll have to be, you know, competitive enough and nimble enough to move ahead of those players also. So that early existence is also no more giving you any advantage. That is the question. That's true. Very, very nicely put. Yes, please go ahead, Sebastian. You had some more things to say.
No, that was it. And I now I'm, you know, like you said, connecting the dots of things that I have randomly in my mind. And yes, it's true. We have to focus on the strategic thinking process, you know. And yesterday we were talking about, and this it opens my mind to new possibilities. That, you know, in the process we also we do have the process. We have inputs and we have outcomes.
Right.
But yesterday we were talking about enablers, you know, that
Yes.
the process we can use to accelerate, you know, the activities to get more faster or more efficient results. So that is very important. Which I take just with the yesterday's lecture or lesson or workshop.
Oh, that's good that you are taking inputs in real term from all the lectures. This is again a primary trait which everybody needs to acquire, because whatever you are learning, if you are able to absorb it enough, I think nobody can stop you. That would be one of the defining factors of your success in the coming scenario. Because definitely, as you told, that technology is not going to be the only factor which will keep you ahead. So moving forward, let me just share my screen with you. And yeah. And now, because continuing with the same discussion which we were having, is my screen visible to you, all of you?
Yes.
So continuing with the same discussion, I have a very interesting topic to cover with you, that is envisioning the future. And we have been, talking about future, and I'm glad that all of you have a very good clarity about how the future is going to look and what are we going to do in order to survive into such a future. So the other day I was having a discussion with one of a CA, because in India, generally in March, in February, we come up with the central budget and then the state budget. So I tried to keep a session for my students related to union budget, and there I invited few of the most prominent chartered accountants who are related to finance, and they are also associated with one of the political party that is BJP in India. So they are very well-known people and have a very clear vision of things. So that person was other day telling me that I have clients approaching me and they ask me to draft a legal document about any of the things related to income tax or any other tax. So now the other day what happened was, one of my clients said that I do not want to take any of your services because now we have ChatGPT. And if I ask ChatGPT to do it, in a friction of seconds, it is able to generate a report which is like, very handy and very much up to the mark. So why would I pay a hefty fees to a chartered accountant for filing up my tax or answering to some query from the government side? So he said that based on that particular incident, I was taken aback at how technology is driving us and we are becoming redundant. And we were talking about the same thing right now. So I told him that I think if you have certain basic things which will keep you ahead of technology, because we have to compete with technology now. It's no more humans. We are competing with technology now. So we need to have something which is that little extra, that little ahead of everything. So what could it be? So we had a very interesting conversation and discussion wherein we were introspecting upon the factors that would help you lead to this changing scenario. And then he came up with one thing that he said that Dipali, I have my experience with me, which do not exist with ChatGPT. So maybe if I have, if there is some complexity with certain cases, that machine would be able to generate some structured response, which might not adhere to certain things which are coming, which are kind of twisting the path, or which cannot be answered without your prior experience. So whatever industry you have been into, you've been working, because you're all working professional. So whatever industry you're sticking to, your experience over the year in gaining insight about that industry cannot be replaced by any of the machines and technology. And the best deadly combination of keeping yourself ahead is just learning these core values, that how to inculcate them. So if you have that bent of learning, if you have that urge towards knowing new things, I think you are quite safe and sound in today's scenario as well. So things are not going to be that devastating. I'm not bothering you by saying such things, but yes, we have to be very vigilant. We have to be very nimble, and we have to look ahead every time. Only then we can survive. Stopping is not at all, acceptable. So it's that kind of a world. And that's why we need to envision what the future is. So this is going to be a very interesting flow of the presentation or the workshop today. We will be talking about what is future, which we have already done. And that was a very interesting set of discussion which I had. Then we will be talking about the elements of vision, that how the vision should be, what does it comprises of. Another milestone that we'll be attaining would be what stops. So what stops you from envisioning things, right? Next part of the workshop would be talking about building vision and creating impact. So how you are getting a proper vision and how you are creating impact in this scenario, which we have already discussed. So those impact could be created out of these components, maybe looking at our core values, the purpose of our existence, how brave our goals are, and describing it in a proper manner. So these small 4 components would lead you towards creating an impactful impression in the world and building your vision quite strong and fine and clear. Then moving forward, we'll be looking ahead about your action and insight, which I'm not confined only at the end of workshop. Rather, I'll be more than happy if you can keep on giving your insights and your action while the workshop is on, which you are already giving. So thank you so much. So let's talk about the context, that is vision, which we have already discussed. So I'm moving forward. Now, you can see a few pictures on the screen. So who amongst these people, are you able to recognize all of them? So let's play a small quiz. That are you able to do so?
Albert Einstein.
Okay. You recognized one personality. Can you name all of them? Majority of them rather, whatever you know. So
Yes.
Yes.
The Indian.
Dr.
leader.
Kalam,
Okay, Dr. Kalam, first one.
and then Mahatma Gandhi, Palestine, and then one, this is, I'm forgetting something that's put like this, yeah.
Gandhiji and
Gandhi.
yes, and anybody else?
Yeah, I know that this, but I'm forgetting this was.
They're all very prominent
Yeah,
personalities.
that's it. And just everyone.
Give me a thumbs up or a raise hand if anybody wants to attempt any other name.
Nelson Mandela.
Mandela,
Yes.
yeah.
Nelson Mandela.
Jobs.
Nelson Mandela also here.
Steve Jobs. Typo.
Steve Jobs, true.
Yeah.
That's true. The next picture next to Mandela is Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs.
He's the founder of.
The American.
The next one is
Is American. Yeah.
he's King Luther, if you remember.
He's,
Okay. And the next one, I think next one could be answered by Mamta. Mamta, you need to identify him at least. You did many of them, but yes, this one you can connect to.
So second row, fourth one, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I recognized him, but I'm just
You're not
exactly.
selecting the name. It
Yeah.
happens. It happens. So that is Dhirubhai Ambani.
Yeah, we I'm getting Ambani, but exactly I'm forgetting his first name, you know.
Founder of Reliance Industry, and they have brought a lot of boom to telecom sector in India, and they are the major leaders and players in many of the industries that are there in India. Then
Which one, Professor?
it's the second row, first, second, third,
Fourth.
fourth
Fourth
picture.
one.
The one who's sitting with this pose.
Yes.
That's his.
His name, the name of this man.
Dhirubhai Ambani.
He's Dhirubhai Ambani, and if you've heard about the Reliance Telecommunication, you've talked about. If you've heard about Jio, Jio is one of his sons, venture, Mukesh Ambani. So he's no more. He passed away, but he has two sons, and they are taking care of the entire empire, and they are making history definitely. So. He's there. Then we also have Swami Vivekanand on the top row, extreme right side, and he is also one of the most famous personality who talked about Hinduism on international platform, and he brought a lot of
He
proud.
talked about in a small point, you know.
He's an Indian entrepreneur.
Swami Vivekanand.
He's Swami Vivekanand.
He gave a lecture for a dot, a small dot. You know,
Yeah,
it's a long.
zero. I think zero. it
Yeah,
was.
zero. Yeah, that's zero. He gave the.
It's a
Fantastic.
beautiful narration from his side, and he established Ramakrishna Paramhans mission in India, and he worked quite a lot for development of youth in India. So again, he was a historic figure. Then we also have Indra Nooyi, we have Einstein, we have all such people here. So whom do you think, because now we have talked a little bit about it, King Martin Luther, if you heard about his speech, they were again, very rebellious and thought-provoking and kind of, if you listen to those speeches and even if you read them till date, you feel you're, nerve-wracking. I don't know how many of you have heard and read about speech from Steve Jobs as well. And the title of the speech goes like, stay hungry, stay foolish. If you heard about it, that was his address to graduates in Stanford University. So he was invited as one of the chief guests in graduation ceremony at Stanford University. And there he addressed those young people. And the title of his speech was Stay Hungry, Stay Foolish. And it was again a beautiful narration of how he connected the dots and everything. I'm getting carried away, so I should not continue with this slide anymore. I can speak around an hour for each picture. I'm so much fascinated by these personalities.
Professor.
But the purpose, yes.
Professor, the Dr. Kalam, his domain, which domain working?
Steve Jobs,
The first one.
first one, he was the former president of India,
Dr. Kalam.
Sir Abdul Kalam, and he,
Abdul Kalam.
yeah, he was also known as the missile man of India because he was a scientist with DRDO, and that is Defense Research Organization of India. And he's the man behind missiles. I mean, he designed and created his own team. A very humble and amazing person, very down to earth. So we all Indians have a lot of regard to him, Dr. Abdul Kalam. So he's also known as Missile Man of India.
He's the Prize Nobel of Physics.
Yeah,
Okay.
sciences, physics, maybe, not very sure. So,
In 79.
but he passed
79.
away recently. It's been around 5 to 10 years that he passed away. But yes, I mean, I have seen him. People have seen him. He's not that ancient like Swami Vivekananda is or maybe Gandhiji is.
He's Pakistani or Indian?
No, he's no more now. Dr. Abdul Kalam is no more now.
No.
Yes, yes.
Father, none of them are, except Indra Nooyi. All of them have passed away. So the purpose why I gathered all these pictures was just to let you know who do you find amongst them is a visionary, because they are all people from different wakes of careers. So whom do you think is a real visionary? And a visionary, a visionary.
Yes, who's the most visionary man?
Whom do you think is a visionary out of these pictures?
Gandhi.
Gandhiji. Why?
Because, as I know, he
Yes,
So,
he
I
did.
think-
in India and in the world, he left his idea and he changed for example, the society of India, as I know.
Yes. No, that's true. You are on the right track, and he's also known as father of the nation. He was a freedom fighter, but fighter word won't suffice his purpose, because he taught the world to how to fight in a different manner using ahimsa as one of the tools. So he was quite a bit visionary, wherein at that point of time where people even can't even think about such concepts like ahimsa, he propounded such things. And yes, he had certain visionary activities which he did, and he tamed the entire population, and he tried to attain freedom through peaceful means. So that was a new experiment which he did, and that too with youth. See, when you are into that youth stage, you do not have, the blood is rushing into your veins and arteries, so you do not have that calmness, that poise, that not that subtle at that time. But he taught the Indian youth how to adopt the path of ahimsa. So yes, he was a visionary, and in that case, I would say all the pictures that you can see here, these are all true visionaries who have
Yeah.
led certain field or the other at certain point of their life, at every point of their life rather, and they have made some difference to the world. Their very existence, even if they are no more, they have passed away, we still look at them with lot of respect and regard, and they have established some school of thought into this world, which is still being followed, which is why people look up to them till date, and we remember them as those visionaries. So that is what a visionary is called. So what makes a person visionary? I already have answered to this question by telling that they have established a thought, people are following them till date, we respect them. And one thing which I have missed out, or any other point which I've missed out, can you help me out with that? That what makes a person visionary? Would you call yourself as a visionary? Would you call any organization as a visionary, and why? What makes them visionary?
Sometimes the surroundings of the people enforce the people to think more and more, and then so sometimes I think the surroundings also play the good roles to have the good visionary, to have the big picture in life.
If
So-
you say it is surrounding, so that is not internal to you, no? You cannot
Oh,
help.
you mean say that
Yeah, so what
it's the
makes me,
yeah,
what makes
it's the
me,
external factor. It's the external factor what I'm
Actually,
talking
it's
about.
not a
It's
big-
our
and it
Oh,
is
yeah.
nowhere under our control.
yeah.
Right? So what makes a person visionary?
Professor.
Yeah.
For me to be visionary, there is some circumstances. In fact, to be visionary, you should be surrounded by people, by good people,
By good
with
people. Okay,
yes,
they
with
may influence you.
good mindset.
Yeah. If I talk about surrounded by good people, I won't buy that thought because that is not again, something contributing to you. But yes, mindset it is. And if I have a strong mindset about creating a difference, I might not be impacted by what kind of company I am into. Even if I have good people,
Exactly.
then also I'll perform. If I don't have good people, even then I'll perform. So these people which we were talking about in the previous slides were the person who performed in, very, what do I say, difficult times, challenging times. So they didn't had the, facility of people uh, giving good thought to their mind. They were all surrounded by all different mindset people. But yes, it is your own mindset which makes you visionary. Well taken, point well taken. Zain, anybody else would like to contribute? What makes a person visionary? And you know why we are talking about it? Just because of the reason we are talking how we need to envision the future, right? So if you want to be future ready, you need to be visionary. And in order to be visionary, what all things do you need? So very well contributed by Zain. One thing is mindset.
Mindset.
You need to have a very strong and clear mindset that what am I doing? Why am I doing? So that mindset is going to be percolated in the upcoming slides as well, where we'll be talking about the clarity of vision and all those things. Agreed. Anything else? Okay. If there is no more
Professor.
submission, yeah,
Professor.
yeah. Who's
Okay, perhaps here in Tunisia we speak more French than English, but I transduce the six to be visionary. You should have the sixth smell. Yes,
okay? The sixth sense,
yes,
right?
to have a projection, a future projection. Yes.
So the word visionary itself talks about vision, and vision is something futuristic, right? So yes, you need to have that sixth sense of sensing out how the future would shape up. So if you are clever enough, if you are vigilant enough, if you are proactive enough, only then you can kind of sense what the future is. So which I think this entire cohort is, and that is the reason why you got yourself enrolled into a course at this juncture of your life wherein you're already working, you're already settled, right? So if given a choice, you could have comfortably continued with your work. There was no need for you to uh, face this change or turbulence or put your extra effort and time in gaining certain other knowledge. It's just because you have envisioned that future requires this kind of need from me. I have to enroll into this course, right? So that is what makes a person visionary. And another point very well stated by Zain, that it is the sense or sixth sense, I must say. So what are the elements of vision? Elements of vision are basically the attributes of vision. That how would you say that, yes, I have these attributes in me and I am a visionary, I have these elements in me and I'm a visionary. So we have already discussed that. Let me just walk you through that. What are the possible elements now? So these are the elements of being visionary. The first one is clear, second is compelling, third is concrete, fourth is crisp, fifth consented, and sixth is committed. Now, what are these elements? We will be talking about them one by one. But the first three elements which are mentioned here are definitely okay. Rayful have also contributed in the chat box. People make visionary because they're thinking about future. That's true. You are able to somehow prognosticate what the future is going to look like. And that's the theme of our today's workshop, that you are able to envision the future. So if you have these 6 traits, you can consider yourself to be visionary. So when we talk about being clear, we need to be clear into our ideas, our thoughts. Compelling is somehow, okay. Han, Miant have mentioned that understanding future and how to achieve it. Yes, that's true. Not only about understanding, yes, but also how can we attain that? How can we achieve it? That is the plan of action that you are drawing for yourself. Okay, this is the threat which is coming up in the near future. And in order to overcome this threat, this is going to be my line of action. That's true. So that could be also one of the way out. So clarity about your thoughts and about things around you, the entire ecosystem, helps you in getting a proper vision. Then compelling is something wherein, see, if you feel a particular thought, you are able to compel others also to do it. So you cannot, bring the change in isolation. You require a team of people. When we are talking about an organization or a business require people also to compel them towards their path of vision. So now if Gandhiji propounded certain theory of ahimsa, or maybe Einstein talked about his discovery, or maybe Swami Vivekananda talked about any other concept, the way they communicated it to people was very compelling. So here we are not talking about the communication skills, rather we are talking about the compelling force that people's trust into you. So if you'll read about their speeches very, very enthusiastically, I was talking about that Steve Jobs have also given a speech which was very wonderful and very motivating. Till date, we keep on reading such things. So the thought, the way they have kept their thought is compelling. So if you have this compelling element in you, again, you are a visionary. Then concrete means whatever you're offering to people, whatever thought you are having should have some content or concreteness into it. It should not be something haywire or something which is not at all possible, right? If you've heard about Sadhguru, or maybe Buddhism as a religion, or maybe are there today, you know why people listen to them and get connected to them. These thought leaders, we call them thought leaders. So why do people connect to them? Because they do not talk about magical things which cannot exist, right? They talk about concrete things. Okay, like the other day I was hearing from there's one saint, Guru Gopal Das. I heard a preaching from him, and he was saying that there might be circumstances with the amount of stress having into our lives, with the amount of challenges that we are facing, it's very difficult to always remain calm and composed. At certain point of time or the other, you get triggered by some anger, right? And that anger is reflected into your behavior, and people can sense it out quite easily. Now, if anger comes to you, you are never going to, believe me, trust me, you are not never going to settle things in a right manner. But if you'll try to attempt those things in a very, peaceful and calm mind, definitely you'll make your mark. You will be succeeding into your aims, but you won't do it with anger. So now, if a saint comes and says that sit for hours together, meditate, you will be able to bring all your elements together and be a little more calm and composed person. That is not possible. The kind of world that we are facing, we cannot sit for hours together, leaving all our work, our family, our everything, and then it's not possible. Yeah, for 1 hour it is still okay. So he just gave a small trick of how you can start with the meditation and concentration by just thinking about your mind. And what you'll have to just do is you have to control your breaths. So you have to count your breaths. That okay, if you're sitting for 1 minute with your eyes closed, you have to just count how many breaths are coming in and how many times you're breathing out. So if you start counting them, you will start focusing on them, and then you will somehow, forget about rest of the world. So maybe 2-3 minutes, if you are able to do it, you will be in a position to channelize your breath, and you will be kind of more focused and connected. So now this was a workable solution to a problem. So that is the reason why people got connected to his thoughts, or he have become a very popular thought leader, because the kind of solutions that he gives are very concrete, are acceptable, are achievable, attainable. So if you are giving people solutions which can happen, only then people will trust you. Otherwise, it's just hearing and just leaving things aside. So third element of being visionary, or elements of vision, is having a concrete solution to a problem, which is workable, which is acceptable. Then it should be crisp, taut, and effective, impactful. So I have certain chats in the chat box. I'm so sorry, I didn't saw them. I can see 17 of them. Sorry. Okay, I'll read it a bit later. Let me finish it off with these 6 components. Fifth one is consented. You should have consent of people and your own consent. You should buy the thought, only then you will be able to convey it further. So for example, if you're working in a company that is producing products, maybe mobile phones or maybe laptops. Okay, now the company asks you, you are the sales executive into that company, and you've been given certain targets.
Dr. Dipali, actually your slide didn't move.
I'm still on this slide, that's why.
Okay.
I'm talking about the 5th point, that is consented. So when I talk about being consented, it's like I should have a consent about that particular thing. So now, if supposingly you are a sales personnel, you are a sales executive, and you are working in a company producing mobile phones, and I asked you that, okay, Sebastian, you need to sell this mobile phone, and in a month's time you have to sell at least 20 units. That's your target, right? So Sebastian, do you think will you be able to do it, or Mamta will be able to do it, or Zain will be able to do it? If you do not have trust into the product, challenge is this: I know my company is producing mobile, but I know the quality of mobile is not up to the mark, or maybe the price that they are charging against these facilities they are giving is not matching up. There is a lot of void in between. So you are not consented with the thought. Will you be in a position to convey the same to the audience in a convincing manner? No, you won't. Yeah.
No, yeah.
You don't feel it that way. Na? You do not have consent on that. And that
First
is
of all, to convince others, first of all, you should convince yourself. Because I'm not convinced that this item is the very qualified myself. How can I sell that product to the others? Because I cannot convince them too.
true. So that is the reason why we feel proud about working into a big organization like Amazon or Google or anything like that. Why do we feel proud about it? Because we ourselves know that yes, they are the quality makers, and whatever product they are propounding is of quality, is worthy of what they say, right? So that is the kind of consent that is required when you want an element of vision. That was the 5th component, and 6th one is committed. That once you are convinced about the quality of the product, you need to be committed, you need to be sticking to that. Only then that thought can come as a vision. So it could be any thought. When I'm talking about this scenario, because you are all management graduates, so I'm talking in terms of the organization. But all these 6 elements can easily be translated into your personal aspect as well. Fine. So if you talk about your personality, you as an individual, you as a person, again, if you have these elements of 6 thoughts into you, definitely you can have a strong vision about things, and you can be sailing quite well into these turbulent oceans, right?
And Professor, the 4th element, please, what does it mean?
Which one?
Fourth one. So can you give some examples for the crispy?
It's crisp. Crisp means very short. Like, yeah, If I'm giving you a long formula that this is how you deduce an equation, you're not going to learn it. Because you know what happened with the passage of time, our zone of tolerance have shrinked.
Yeah.
We do not have a lot of patience to hear long things.
Yeah.
Because we are always having paucity of time. So we want things to be in a very short package. The way we write emails, you must have seen. If it is a two-liner, people will read it. If you'll write one paragraph, people are not going to read it. Similarly, when we post on social media, you always try to give one caption to your pictures. So why did this concept of caption came in? Because we have to be crisp, we have to be short and then convey our thought. That's what crisp means. So what makes it difficult to think about vision? So once we have already seen these 6 elements that are required to create a vision, what comes in the way? What hurdles do you face while we want to do it? So I have very easily, said that it needs to be clear, compelling, concrete, crisp, whatnot, all those 6 things. It's easier said than done. It do not happen that way. It's not that easy. Otherwise, everybody would have been, very
Business.
successful. So what comes in the way? Just tell me, what hurdles do you face if I ask you that you have to be visionary? What hurdles might come in your way?
Professor, can you repeat the question?
Sometimes
What makes it difficult to think about vision? The one which is written on the screen, that what are the hurdles which comes in your way that stops you from being visionary?
sometimes it's lack of resources, lack of information, knowledge is
Okay.
also hurdles to think more and
True, very true. We do not have much of information. That is one thing which is coming in the way. I have another submission in the chat box. People make visionary because they are thinking for future. Okay, that was Raffles. And lack of clarity. Okay. Tida is saying that it is lack of clarity. Very true, very true. That comes in the way. Every person is not very clear what they want to do.
yeah.
And we get influenced also. The moment you see a patriotic movie, all patriotism bulges out. We become really patriotic. But like other part of the day, we are not even thinking about our nation. Similarly, because it is 14th February, Valentine's Day, if we are into that, mode of connecting with people whom we love a lot, we are like, okay. So there are things which change our mind, which influence us. So yes, very well said, Dr. Mamta. Anybody else? Sain, are you typing something? You could unmute and say rather than typing. Okay, so let's discover that what things comes in the way. One thing could be maybe, see, all these people which we talked about in our first slide, those visionary people, they came up with a concept which was very unique, which was very new, right? And for the first time, when those concepts were introduced to people, they were not very well accepted. Am I right on that? Why? Because we do not accept change very quickly. We do not want any changes in our life, right? So that is one of the things which comes in the way. Okay, Zain is saying lack of self-confidence. Yes. So again, I was also coming to the same point that you do not have confidence whether people will accept you or not. So maybe you do not have the courage of taking risk. Imagine, can you think of a freedom fight wherein you are not, even taking up any of the weapons as well. You're just standing with ahimsa and you're asking the other person that if you slap on one of my cheek, I'll give you the other cheek also to slap. Can you imagine that you can buy freedom based on this? It sounds foolish first time when people heard it. But when it was, taken up with lot of conviction, with lot of, concreteness into it, it made history. It made history of how India got liberated from Britishers. So that is the kind of vision that comes. So one of the things which comes in the way is, yes, lack of self-confidence. don't understand organization itself. Okay, maybe you're feeling kind of lost, that you do not know what the organization policies and philosophies are. You are not adhering to them. So that could be one of the reason. So we have discussed enough of them. Let me just give you, these are the major issues that comes in a way that stops us from being visionary. So first is, it's time taking activity. We are so much indulged into our day-to-day activities that we do not find a single space into the entire day where we can think upon something which is new. Do we have that time and patience? We don't. We hardly are able to pull some time for our family members, to get some peace, to get some quality time with them. We are striving hard for that as well. So when can we think about the world itself? No, we might not think in that way. But see, what I provide a solution to this problem is that you do not want to take time for any activity separately. I do not think that this becomes a barrier in your way. And the reason why is that while you're working on your day-to-day basis, you come across such problems. And that is the time you start thinking about it. So it's not something, different, away from the routine. Right? So can you just suggest me a problem which you have been facing, maybe on your personal ground, maybe on your professional ground, in the organization where you're working, and you feel that this should be addressed? I mean, something should be done about it. Anything which is bothering you a lot, based on any day-to-day thing that you're doing. What's the problem maker for you? Let me just identify that. I think nobody's having any problem in their life. It's going so smooth like butter. Is it so? No issues at all.
Dr. Dipali, sorry to barge in, but
Yeah.
can we take a small break?
Just let them submit this thing, and then
Sure.
maybe that problem could be discussed in the next break after 10 minutes.
Sure.
Because I can see Zain is contributing something to it, and maybe he's having something in his mind which he wants to speak.
Yeah, definitely.
So Zain, is there anything which bothers you in your day-to-day life? Maybe you're working-
Professor, I don't hear the question because the sound is not clear.
I was just asking that, is there anything which is like hampering you, making problems for you, anything which you can think upon? Maybe in my case, the issue is that I have a problem. Tell me.
Problem visionary or what?
Any problem that you're facing, maybe on personal ground, maybe on professional ground, anywhere, which you would like to discuss here without hesitation.
No.
Like my problem is that I have too many tasks to do and I have very less time. That's my problem.
Mm.
Yes, Mamta.
Yeah, in my day-to-day life, it's a lack of time for me because I have lots of tasks. I'm in the joint family. I have to take care of my grannies and also in-laws, and then the small babies, and a lot of tasks in my office. So it is very difficult to have a balance, and then if there is some time that I have to give my kids, because it's very necessary nowadays to have to spend the quality time with your kids also. Otherwise it gives the the negative impact to them. So I cannot think.
Very true, Mamta. I think we've lost connection with her. And the same thought is being
To
stated by, yes,
yeah
yes.
that's I'm facing nowadays. I have in mind to do something in my grassroots level. Now I'm in capital city Kathmandu, but I have in mind to do something in my community level, but I have no time to think broader and broader due to the it's the family mass and all those things.
And same thing is written by Mr. Than, wherein he says, busy in day-to-day work. Very true. So you're not able to pull out of your regular things. So that is an issue. So fine, we will be discussing how to overcome such things in the next session, next section of this workshop. So meanwhile, we can call out for a break So it's 10:04 and we'll resume back at 10:14, 12:14, sorry. 10 minutes sharp after this, okay? So you can have a short break. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dipali.
Thank you so much, Apalicio, for putting on the camera. Thank you, Mr. Khan. Thanks, Zain, for resuming back. And let me see more faces. Tida, thank you so much. Jose, thanks for putting it on.
Hello, Professor.
Yeah, hello, Zain. That's very nice
Just,
to have
just,
you all back. Please put on
just a
more on
little question.
camera. At least once I can see all of you. At least give me this opportunity once. Rest of you. Sebastian, your camera is off. Haven't you resumed back? Helder, Andrea, Deepesh.
It's 8 o'clock now in Tunisia.
It's 8 o'clock there. Okay.
AM of the morning.
Oh,
We start at 6 o'clock.
you started at 6. Oh my God. That's really nice of you that you know, that is you are trying to move on, giving yourself, pushing yourself just to stay ahead of others. So it really counts, and that's true. So at every place, is it like other places? It must be some other time, no?
I think some other person is a midnight, 2 or 3 p.m. AM.
The Peru.
Peru.
And here it's 12
Yeah,
afternoon. 12
not
hours.
more different in Nepal also. It's 15 minutes.
But I appreciate Zain's, this thing, how committed he is towards learning. That's really great. And I'm sure I'm going to make some relevant things, some sense to your purpose. So let me just allow me a minute. I'll share my screen.
And Professor,
Yeah.
just two little questions. Your slide, the slide. Can we have?
Yes,
sharing
I'm sharing it in a moment. I think it's visible now. Your end.
Yes, it is.
and can we have the original PowerPoint of this slide or?
Origin points.
Yeah, original slides.
Okay.
Can we have by mail or?
This was the one which 6 elements. Are you talking about this?
No. The whole presentation. Can we have by mail or by?
Okay. Yeah, that Divya can help you out about the collaterals. Divya, do we share them with
Yes,
them?
yes. Ah,
Okay, surely, yes. And
Okay.
that really shows that how. Yes, Divya.
I missed it. Can you repeat?
Yeah, Zain was saying that can we have these presentations after the
Yeah,
session?
So actually, I talked with senior management, and they are saying at the end of the week, we'll be able to share something with you. So
Thank
you
you.
expect something.
Divya, thank you. And the professor, the streaming, the replay of this course, the replay on YouTube, or can we have the link?
Videos. Okay.
So you're asking for recording?
Yes.
Recording, I really think it is doubtful because they will not allow. So they'll not allow it. This won't be sanctioned. But yes, material I'll definitely send you. Okay.
Okay. So moving forward, these are the things which stops us from having clarity, having vision. And you have all told me that time is the only constraint which is like being faced by everybody. Tida wrote it in the chat box. Mamta spoke about it. I also agree and admit to this fact that yes, we have so many things to do and so less time. So how can we, stretch ourselves beyond limit? How does, we get time to think about really making a change or being a visionary? Because we are so much engrossed into our day-to-day life that it's very difficult. So what I was saying is that you do not require to pull out time from for these things. Reason being, those thoughts come in your day-to-day life only. So, for example, maybe if Mamta says that I stay in a joint family setup and I have my in-laws to take care for, and I have small kids. Okay, and there are people at my workplace also who obviously they give their task to her, and she needs to comply by those deadlines as well. So when I talk about these things, maybe the Outlook calendar, a simple product like Outlook calendar could have made things much more organized for us. We are able to recall and perform on times because we have time checkers, we have alarms at certain point of time. So these small changes are making us, somehow more adaptable to things how they are changing. So that was just a small example, but apart from that, you have different time management techniques also, and the irony is that we don't have time to learn them as well. We devise our own method. So that was the simplest things which we can talk about. But for example, if I say, because I don't have much of time, my patience is eroding. I am not able to talk to the people in a very composed manner as I used to earlier, because I'm always falling short of time. I'm always in a hurry. That stopwatch keeps on ticking into my mind, and I'm not at ease somehow. Okay, so now if this is the scenario, so now let's talk about how would a visionary person, deal with such kind of a thing. So if somebody is visionary enough, so he'll say that. I need to prioritize that what are more important things and what are less important things. Everybody does that. Now, once it's easier said than done. Once you have prioritized, does it happen that you are actually able to pull yourself out of other things and you can concentrate on one? It's very difficult. That is the beauty of mindset, which we were talking right at the starting of this workshop. So if you have a proper mindset wherein you are convinced enough, you are able to convince your own self that okay, this is what I can do at this point of time, let's not think about anything else, focus on this. I think you will be in a position to generate better results. So maybe if you want to grow in your career, you feel that yeah, I need to learn new things, but you also have at the same time small kids. So you might find it difficult. And then you will end up into creating a mess wherein you will not be in a position to meet both the needs. So for a person who's prioritizing thing might say that okay, let my kids grow. At this point of time, they require me more. Let me focus on one aspect. I will be keep working, but at the same time, I'll keep on, I won't go into much harder ways. Just for sustenance, whatever it is required, I will be doing that bit at my workplace. But my first priorities are my kids, because if I do not nurture them at this point of time, I lose them, right? So that is your priority. And then if you start thinking in those terms, you will automatically adopt to things. Similarly, when you are facing certain situation in the workplace and you have a team of people under you, you need to divide the work amongst them, you need to delegate work amongst them, and then you also need to look at what are the things which are happening just now but there's no point in having them, right? There might be certain format of report. Okay, now that report of one thing might be required in another format also, but the content remains same. So there's no purpose. No, why do we do such things wherein we are repetitively doing things which are not making sense? So a person who's visionary would run his company in such a manner that he will cut short all those things which are not required, and he'll only and only focus on things that are really making sense, so that you can get best out of your human resource, because time will always remain limited. You cannot stretch it. You cannot stretch the time. You can stretch your capabilities. And how you can do that? Maybe by prioritizing and removing things which are not required at all. Okay, so there are certain things which are not required. And when you introspect, when you look at the entire flow of things, you will definitely get such things. And that is how you are saving time, right? Like, are you aware of the term JIT, just in time technique? You're aware about it? Mamta is aware. Okay. Anybody else? If you can raise hand and tell me if you heard about this term, just in time. No?
Professor.
Yeah.
Just a little question. I understand you in the life. We should prioritize our tasks. Lack of introspection. What does it mean? What stops us? Lack of introspection.
Lack of introspection, yes. That is also the reason of lack of clarity, which is written here, or maybe lack of self-awareness. You do not, okay, you are asking about lack of introspection. That you do not, introspection is something you keep on checking your own self. So just keep checking, keep questioning yourself that, am I doing the right thing? Is this my priority? Do I need to do it? Is it relevant enough to give this much of time and energy to this thing? That is lack of introspection.
Okay.
Asking ourselves questions to us. Yeah.
And this every organization should also do. And that is the reason why you must have heard about, okay, JIT, nobody knows about it. Just in time, you do not know about it? Okay. So just in time is a technique which was devised by Toyota. You heard about the automobile maker Toyota company?
Japan.
Toyota were the one who re-engineered their entire system of supply chain and logistics, and they brought this concept of JIT into picture. Now, what is JIT? JIT means just in time. And what is just in time? Just in time means that earlier, when an organization was setting up a manufacturing plant, they had to keep lot of things or stocks in their warehouse to create something, or maybe to address to the needs of the customer. If it is a retail shop, you have to keep many things in the shelf. Okay, because you know that next time when you will be ordering, it will take around a week's time to be delivered. And during that week's time, you need to have a buffer stock so that your clients may not go without buying things, right? So that was, you used to maintain a warehouse where you used to keep all the things, stocks intact. So there was a lot of cost being incurred in terms of, setting up a warehouse, ensuring the safety of the product. Then in case if the shelf life of the product was smaller, then again it was very difficult for you to somehow catch up with things. They used to get expire. So a lot of cost of the companies used to get used to be incurred in just storing things. That was not the real business. Business was selling, but they were putting a lot of time and energy in storing as well, because that was required, right? So what this company did, they said that we'll have a just in time inventory management technique, wherein if we require an inventory, we will be ordering it. It will be coming to us within 4 days or 5 days, but that period will be fixed so that we can prognosticate, okay, after 5 days I require it, let it come at that point of time. And straight away when it comes, you are using it. You do not have to store it. So you do not require a warehouse also. So that was the beauty of just-in-time technique, that it was right on time when it is needed. Storage, maintenance, cost was curtailed down. It was put down to a great extent. So that was a very successful technique by Toyota. So that was just in time. Similarly, you can, that is how you introspect. You keep on talking to yourself that what are the things which are not required. Keep them off so that you're focused, right? And that happens at our personal front also. Right? Like I am dealing with a department wherein I have around 25 faculties under me. And every faculty comes up with some or the other problem, some or the other situation. And I have to, address to all their needs, because I have to keep the department working. Now, the thing is, whenever they come, at times, people burst out also. So they come, they make all hues and cry, they shout, they do anything. But at that point of time, if I do not understand what frame of mind that person is having, I will also end up creating another fight, picking a fight for myself, which I don't do because I know that that is not the focus, that is not the purpose. Purpose is to keep everybody happy so that they are connected to the department and they are contributing to the department, right? But on the contrary, if there is a situation wherein some faculty haven't taken up class or maybe haven't, taught the syllabus well or haven't covered the syllabus, that is an alarming issue for me because my focus is running the department. It's not about anything else. So even if they not, they do not speak very properly to me, they talk about anything, I'm okay with it because I'm focused towards one aim, and that aim is running my department in a very successful manner. So you always need to focus upon what is your core area, what do you want to attain ultimately, and that will be coming in the upcoming slides. Let's move forward. So okay, yes, sorry. Okay, so you can see a picture on the screen.
Yes.
This man is sitting, and it's a very age-old picture, and he's having some kind of machine with him. Anything else which you can predict about this picture?
It's an invention.
Okay, let's see the other one.
Yes.
This is a flying machine. Heavier than air, flying machines are impossible. So there was a point of time when people used to say that, yeah, humans, we cannot fly. And at that time, if you make people, if you come up with such sentences, such statements, people won't trust you. But now, yes, we can fly. We have aeroplanes, we have helicopters, we have charters, we do fly. So see, the concept which people had in their mind was heavier than air flying machines are impossible. You cannot have a flying machine which is heavier than air because then it cannot fly. But that concept was, turned down by Lord Kelvin Royal Society in 1895 when they discovered this flying machine. Similarly, there was a concept, or maybe there was a preconceived notion among people that who the hell wants to hear actors talk? People were like, we don't want to listen to actors. They keep on giving huge sentences. That was a thought which came to Harry Warner Brothers, and they created Charlie Chaplin as the character. And we've seen all those silent movies of Charlie Chaplin, which were so, depictable, so understandable, and so much full of humor, wittiness, that we loved it like anything. And till date, we are big fan of Charlie Chaplin. So that was another thought which was away from the crowd, which came from Warner Brothers and was implemented in such a beautiful manner that it created history. Then there is no likelihood man can ever tap the power of atom, and atom bombs were discovered later. So Robert Milken, he's a Nobel Prize winner in physics in the year 1923, who discovered atoms for the first time. So again, see how things which we didn't even imagine of came into existence, and people followed it like anything. Okay, and this picture, the first one which we saw was, there is no reason for any individual to have a computer in their home because computer was not at all required. Our lives were very peaceful and happily running without a computer. But once we had this great machine called computer, we realized that how the entire worlds get into one single screen. So initially, thoughts are something which might not sound reasonable to people, but if you have a convincing idea, if you know the concept behind it, you can keep that across quite well. And over the years, you can build up into some kind of benchmarking history. Okay. So now talking about the next section, that is when is visionary thinking necessary? When do you require to think in a visionary manner? When does this happen? Because all of you are visionary, all of you are thinking about times ahead. When it happens, is there a certain specific period of time or a month or are there certain situations which are coming up which makes you, a little visionary? When do you start thinking about or visioning future? When do you do that?
When we like to improve our life, our situation, or to resolve a problem.
Okay, that's true. When we want to improve ourselves, and Zain, that improvement is by choice or is it by force?
In some situation,
It's
by choice and or by
Force.
force. By choice, in all the situation by choice.
It's by choice. Are you sure about it? Every time?
There is some exception, but if we like to improve ourselves or our society or our ecosystem, it's a
Majority of the
choice.
time.
It's a
Majority
choice.
of the time it is by force, and I'll tell you how. See, it's by choice for very less number of people who always want to excel. But when we talk about the constraints, we were talking about what comes in the way. So like Mamta told, that I do not have time. If I do not have time, it's not by choice that I'm learning a new skill. I don't have time. Just imagine. Still I'm putting in effort because the ecosystem that is surrounding me is compelling me to do that. So that force is so strong that I need to excel every time. I need to be ahead of time every time. That is the force which I'm facing, which is a hidden, unsaid force. And that is what compels us to do things. And this is for a mediocre person, for a person, a common person like us. But yes, we have scientists who were never forced to do anything. They had nothing to lose. They were the dropouts from school. They didn't had a family to sustain. They were not competing with anybody else. Still, they were sitting into their labs for a year together, experimenting with things, facing so many failures, but in the end, creating history. So that is a self-driven visionary person, which every person cannot be, right? And we need to admit this fact. And as I told you, somewhere in the middle of this workshop, that we listen to the thought leaders only because of the fact that they are, they are grounded, they are connected to us, they are close to us. But if they talk about things which are miraculous, magical, we might not believe them, because that's not what we are. That's not based on our lives. That is magical. That is magic. We do not know how to do magic. So let's talk about things which are very real. And the reality says that we need to be visionary because it's forced on us. And what are the factors that forces us to be visionary? These are the possible reasons why you could be visionary. To bring everyone together for an enterprise or a challenge. Okay. So you are establishing a company. For example, this is one of the tasks which I would like you all to do. I'll give you a task wherein you have to just think about a startup or a venture which you would like to begin with. Stop, come out of that frame that you're working with an organization. I'll ask you, you need to propose one startup or enterprise that you want to establish in your life. If given a choice, if given a lot of capital and everything, what would you like to? Let's imagine that. Let's envision that. Okay, so we'll do that later, but we'll just go through these points. That when do we feel like become visionaries? So firstly, at that point where we want the enterprise to be together and we want the team to come forward and they may face the challenges. Another way could be when the path is not clear, but goal is important. We have to attain the goal, but path is very difficult. Then you try to envision that, okay, what could be done to attain that goal? Then when we want to build beliefs, when we want to be a change maker, which is very rare, it do not happen very commonly with us. We don't want to build a belief, but yes, okay, at times. So when we want to motivate and energize ourselves, because see, we have a very common instinct of excelling, of doing things in a different manner. We feel happy when we are acknowledged for something that we have contributed, right? So that is another reason why you would like to be a visionary, because that motivates you, that energizes you, right? Like if I am taking this session for you, I have other set of responsibility, being a teacher, being a director at the department, being a mother. Still, I'm equally happy and excited whenever AITD asks me to take some session. And irrespective of how busy I am, I try to ensure that I'm going for a yes for this. You know why? The reason is I feel motivated and energized because I love, interacting with different people. I like to train people, coach people, which do not happen with my set of students because they are all, college students. They have a different style of thinking, and I'm not able to, energize myself by doing that to them, because I feel it's always one way. It's not coming from the other side. But that hunger of mine gets satisfied when I deliver my lecture to a group like you, because you are all matured, big grown people. You have your own, you have lived your life, you have your own experiences to share, which enriches me with new thoughts every time, right? So you do certain things because they motivate you also. And when we need to overcome adversity, at times we have to overcome certain adversities, certain problems or challenges, then also we try to be visionary. So these are the possible constraints at which we feel like being a visionary. So now let's talk about building a vision. And before we start with this section of the workshop, I would quickly ask you all to just raise your hand if you want to contribute and let me know that what is the venture which you would like to start. If I ask you that I'm giving you a capital of this much amount and money is not a constraint, you have to establish your venture, what would it be like? Quick thought from all of you. Zaid, are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes, please, Professor.
Yeah.
Can you repeat the question?
The question was that what is the kind of venture that you would like to start if given a choice, right? Which business would you like to start? What could be your startup like? So Sebastian have already raised his hand and I'm eager to hear him. Over to you, Sebastian. Please tell us.
Hi, hi,
Yes.
Professor. Yeah, as in the beginning, I was telling everybody that I have my business, and it's in fashion here in Peru. But
Okay.
if I have the capital, I would really like to integrate AI into the website to make the process easier for the customer to acquire a perfect piece for their
Body type.
I don't know, for the body type, for the color of the hair, the color of the skin, that makes them feel, comfortable, look good, and everything else. I mean, my mind is to create like an avatar into the website that you can update with information, and that integrated to a CRM that sends you all the new products that we have that matches with your, like with your preferences and your body type and etc. Yeah, I would invest in that.
Oh, wow. That's a very noble and beautiful thought, and seems to be very lucrative as well. It will connect quite well to the audience. Great, very nice. Mamta, you also want to start a What
Though
is-
I'm though I'm currently doing my job, I'm a service holder, but my vision is a little bit different. That's I know that the peoples are getting education nowadays more and more, but there's a lack of the qualified education in my personal community. So it's my vision to establish a certain kind of institution for the education, not only providing the education but qualifying how they are getting the qualified education in my community. So so I have kept those kind of that a big picture in my mind, that after 4 or 5 or maybe 10 years when my child are a little bit grown up, then I'll back to my community level, and then I'll start a certain kind of institution to provide the, the qualified education, very, the deprived group, disadvantaged group. They are going to the institution, but they are just to get the simple education. Okay, I'm passing out the 10+2, I'm passing out the, the bachelor, but simply they have a certificate, but they don't have that, they do not have the knowledges. Because I've interacted so many persons in the community level. Oh, are you graduated? Yes, but they have no knowledge, they haven't the knowledge. So only literacy is not a big thing, having a good education is the, I think, as I believe. So it's my, the vision to have a certain kind of institution in my community level.
That's really good. And what is your place, native place? Where do you belong?
My native place is nearby, that it's nowadays in Nepal, it's the 7th province, and then it's Madhes province. I belong to the Madhes province, nearby the, you can say, the Bihar of India. And then, actually, I just born there. But my everything is, that not there, but I thought that no, I have to do something for my community, because I'm the first, the girl in my village who passed out the who just graduated master's MBA. Though boys are girls, I'm the first one is there. So it's my views to do something in my life for my community.
That's incredible. Very nice, very nice. And I wish and I hope that you may be able to attain it one day.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just I'm waiting for my child to grown up, and then I'll just because they need my, the care and all those things.
You have priorities. That's true.
Yeah.
Zain, you have also raised hand. So what is it like?
Okay. Thank you, Professor. It's a good question. For me, other than my ambition to go working abroad, my dreams is to found my startup. It's a dream. It's a dream, because it's a dream to found my startup in the deep tech, in artificial intelligence, or in Internet of Things, or even in cloud, or other new technology. But as you mentioned, there is many friction to concretize your dreams, because here in my work all the time you have many tasks other than the family, other than your previous life. We have 8 hours of work. You are full of tasks and full of meeting, etc. Then I hope that I arrive founding my startups, even in electronic tourism, or in mobile payment, etc. But it's a dream. It's a dream.
It will definitely be true one day. So that's
Thank you. I hope.
So wow, that's great. So we had 3 startup dreams which we shared just now, and now let's try to build those dreams into real vision, and then making them a reality, how the journey is going to be. That was the reason why I asked you, so that I can link it to the next section of this workshop. So when I talk about building vision, you need to know that why, the purpose. Why the purpose, and allow me to pick up Mamta's thought on this. I hope you have all heard about what she wants to do, and why I am picking up her thought is that it's not surely a dream that she wants to do, but it is somehow also benefiting the society, and it is
necessary of society.
Yeah, catering to a certain section of deprived society, right? So that is the reason why I'm picking up her idea, her example, just to connect you with the entire this thing, components of building a vision. So let's talk about Mamta's thing, wherein we are talking about why. That means the purpose. Why do you need to do it? So her purpose is very clear, that she have a settled life. She haven't been to her community for years together, but she knows that there the pain is very high. Okay, so maybe her purpose is that once I have given priority to my kids, they have grown up, I would have a purpose in life. And that is the reason why people will remember me even when I'm not on this planet. They'll say that, okay, Mamta is the one who thought about us and she tried to put us into the mainstream of education, which was not being done earlier. And that was the reason why people were not successful from that particular area of the country, because they are not, they are not receiving those things. They're deprived of all those facilities. So she's thinking of building something related to education for those kids. And I must appreciate and tell you over here, the people who are living in, highest amount of paucity and deprivedness, they are the ones who are very sharp. Otherwise, they do not get resources, but they have brilliant minds, very fertile, and they have very strong urge of coming out. And that is what build them a lot. I'm with no offense to people like us who already have all facilities to, grow. These people do not have, but that urge is so strong that they want to be. And that is the reason why, if you just benefit them or facilitate them, even with the minimal amount, the result that will come up is amplifying, magnified, because they have, they value it. If I'm getting an AI based certification by spending $300 from my pocket, I'm earning 600, no, and I'm giving 300 is okay. I won't value it to that extent, which a person who's not having anything would value. So that's the purpose why she's creating it. She knows her purpose very well. Then she need to identify the values that, okay, if I'm establishing an institution, there should be certain set of values that need to be accommodated in my organizational structures. And what should be those values? Maybe she'll say, I will allow only those students who are having family income of less than this much amount. Only those students will be allowed. Okay. Second thing, in my institution, everybody is going to get a free meal. So I am very particular about the diet of people as well. Okay. Another value could be that the teachers who are teaching here won't be getting salary, but because they are volunteering things, they will have certain, reservations or certain kind of gratitude would be given to them, but it won't be paid because my structure itself is not a very profit oriented thing, right? So she has certain set of value. Only people who resonate well with these value will be coming in this institution, right? Then we have another model which is called the Bhag model, which is very interesting, and I want you to walk you through that model. This is the core purpose. Now purpose was again, see this by the example, we can see that why do these companies exist? 3M, Boeing, Johnson and Johnson. These are all big names, and these companies had some or the other purpose which was larger than life. And what was the purpose? Like 3M had the purpose of enhancing their product for every home. Okay, they are providing solution to every home in our day-to-day life. Similarly, all these companies have certain or the other purpose. Johnson and Johnson had it to alleviate pain and diseases, because that is into a bit pharmaceutical and infant related industry. Now the purpose, when you have a purpose, you are asking a question why to yourself. Why does this purpose matter? Why ka answer is, Mamta says that because I belong to that community and it's my prime responsibility that I pay back to them. That is the answer of why. So you have to answer these three questions yourself, introspect with these three questions, that why does this purpose matter to you? Why is it important for you? Second question could be, what difference are you making to the world? If she is doing it, yes, she is enhancing people of that community, strengthening them. So yes, it is making a difference to the world. Third why could be, why would our customers of the world miss us if we weren't around? So what is the vacuum that you are creating? If you are not in the world, if you're not offering your services, how would the world be impacted? Yes, it will be. If Mamta is not taking care of that community, so maybe they'll stay the way they are. They won't improve. They won't be able to, know how the real world looks like. So that could be the gap which may exist if you do not exist in the world. So that is purpose. So you need to sense the purpose quite well. and you need to, it is a small exercise which later you can do. That is, you have to mention your statements in these 4 boxes, wherein you are talking about your observation of how things are. So like in Mamta's case, let me fill it for her. We would say, my observation is that today this section of society is deprived of all the educational facilities. Now, second question is, who do you want to impact? So my target audience are those deprived children who want to study but they do not get facility. Next question is, think of an alternative reality for them. So the alternative reality could be that I am asking people to volunteer to freely teach them, and because I want best of the resources to come to these children, let's have it on virtual platform, because every faculty cannot come to their doorstep and teach, but yes, they can come virtually, and people like me or some other people would happily be giving their services voluntarily without charging a single amount for an hour or so if we can teach such children. So if she is the one who establishes that link of internet, computer and all those things with those children and the faculty member, that is the alternative. Now, next question is, how are they positively impacted with the alternative reality? Yes, they are, because now they are getting best of the skills. They can learn things. They can learn technology also, because they have best of the faculties across the globe. They have best of the resources. Yes, it is making a positive impact. That is how you're sensing the purpose and the entire scenario based on these 4 questions, which are very important. So that's a dashboard kind of a thing prepared for you. So these sensing purpose were done. Now, who are you serving? You need to know that your target customers, you need to know. So you need to think of on a venture which you've already done. So think of a future that you would look to see, you would like to see, or what does the new reality look like? So new reality would be that virtual classrooms which Mamta will create for those deprived section of people. Okay. So now comes the core value. That was another segment which we were studying in that entire picture. Core value we have talked about already. I have explained that core value was defining your business in terms of value. So it is giving value to the deprived section of people. It is also giving a sense of contentment, enrichment, and motivation to people who are teaching. I feel happy teaching to such section of people. So that is how it is. And then there is a value tracker, wherein on a scale of 0 to 10, you can organize and line up your value, which you will be seeing through Bhag goals. Now there is this word is called BHAG, Bhag goals. What are they? A Bhag should be so clear and compelling that it requires little or no explanation. Okay, so first thing of Bhag goal is that it should be very clear. Everybody should be in a position to understand it without any support. Second thing is, a Bhag should fall well outside the comfort zone, because if there is a goal, there is an aim, it cannot ever be inside the comfort zone. So it is outside your comfort zone. You have to stretch your boundaries and limits, only then you can attain it. Then third component of Bhag is that Bhag should be so bold and exciting that it would continue to stimulate progress even if the leaders have disappeared before it have been completed. Like I showed you the picture of Swami Vivekananda, and I told you he was the one who established Ramakrishna Paramhans mission in country in India. So Ramakrishna Paramhans was his guru. Okay, he was his mentor. Now he had certain set of ideologies wherein he want the Indian society to be free from child marriage and certain other bad practices which used to exist here. So now this person Vivekanand, he carried up with his mission and he established it, and he took it to that extent that those bad things are completely eradicated from Indian society now. So is your goal that bold and exciting that you'll have compelling followers who will carry on your goal even after you are not here? Then fourth component is Bhag should be consistent with why we exist. It should give a purpose to your life, that why do we exist? We have got the birth as a human being, and which is the rarest of the species. And that means we need to justify our birth. We cannot simply live away like an insect and die one day without making any difference to the society or to the community to which we belong. So your very existence question should be quite consistent. It should be quite consistent that you're able to attain that goal. That is what Bhag is, and it's a beautiful concept mentioned into 4 words. So what is Bhag that you can think about? So I have just explained the components of Bhag, and now you can create these goals based on Bhag parameters for your own self and describe it vividly. So this is how your vision template should look like. For that means, who do you want to impact? It is for whom that you are taking this task, what matters to them, what you imagine as future, how the future would look like, so that they get this benefit. And by doing this, we will be using Bhag as a parameter. And we also need to map our strengths and mindsets. I think, is there any query in the chat? I can read.
Professor,
Yes, sorry. Zain, are you saying something? You've raised your hand. Yeah, please go.
yes, just a little question. The bug. This is methodology of working. Or I don't understand the utility.
Sorry, I couldn't get your question. What is it?
The bug.
Can you come again with your question?
What you present, the bug.
Bhag, I think he wants to know more about the Bhag.
Okay.
The bug. It's the methodology or what?
Yes, it is kind of framework of 4 things which should be there in your vision. It is kind of an ideology.
Ideology, okay.
And it have been discovered based on certain researches which have happened.
Okay.
So it is undoubtedly very impactful. Fine. So yes, Mamta, please.
Since it is cats in Bhag, BHAG, is there any stands for thing? Just B for something, S for something, A for something like this? Because
Yeah.
there is a cats one, that's why.
Yes, it is an acronym of
Yes.
something, but the components are these, like clear and compelling goal. Have clear and compelling goal. It keeps you outside the comfort zone. It needs to be bold and exciting and consistent with your very existence. Why do you exist? So these are the 4 parameters that it focuses on.
Every vision should comply with these 4 things.
Yeah, you can apply it for your vision that you are creating. See, there is a template in the end. This is your vision template. Sorry. Here you will be applying all those things which you have studied in the today's workshop, that for whom it is, how does it matter to them, how will you imagine future if it is executed, and what benefit it will bring to them. And by doing this will be what you will be doing. Like Bhag is an assessment of what you will be able to attain by making this vision into reality. And what would be your strengths and mindset in that case? What are the resources that are required? That is the last point. So this is a kind of a template. If you can use it and jot down your vision into it, definitely you will be able to attain it. So maybe like Mamta said that it is too early just now, she do not want to do it, but she can always keep on introspecting and working on such a template so that every time it gets revised based on need of the time.
Just adding to it, Dr. Dipali, you are extremely correct. And similar, and to make you introspect deeper into it, we have also added an additional template in your handbook. So if you go through it, it will help you dive deeper into it.
So you have
I saw that in handbook.
Yeah, you have detailed description of all the concepts that were taught here in your handbook. And as you walk out the door, so there must be certain takeaways which you have taken from this workshop. If you can just tell me the most interesting section of this workshop which you wanted to register here, that would be great. So I have hand raised from Mr. Khan, and Zain
Yes.
have a hand raised. So one by one, I'll be asking you. So
Yeah,
over
yes.
to Mr. Khan.
Yeah,
Can-
yes. Yes, I want to know, is there any individual meanings of PHAG? It represented for individual ones. That means H stand for what, P stand for what, A stand for what. That is, if there is any individual meaning of PHAG, I wanted to know this.
No, not as such. It is not a full short form of anything, but it is like we have created it this way.
No individual meaning.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. And Zain, you were saying something.
Then my hand still raising. But your question, Professor, is what
It is
the
about
summary of
the most interesting thing that you found in the entire workshop which you can mark as your takeaway from today's session. That is what I
Okay.
was asking.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. I am very impressed about this workshop because there is many information about vision definition and vision strategy. If I see this, the summary for me is when you have a vision, you should go straight. You should study it correctly and define it, and you should follow scientific methodology to implement it.
That's true. Thank you so much, Zain, for summing it up so well. I'm glad to hear it from you. Mamta have also raised hand. Mamta, please.
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for this wonderful session. And then, yeah, I have some big picture in my mind. And now I thought haphazardly what to do here and do. But now just you share with us that the vision template, which gives me the clear picture, step by step. First, what should you think? Then after what? Then after, there is a sequence which you share to us. I think it's very fruitful for me personally. I'll definitely going to share, use this kind of template for my vision. I think it works very well. So I just
That's an honor to hear this thing. And if I could make sense and add some value to whatever dream you want to fulfill,
Yeah.
I will really feel honestly so happy about it. Lots of gratitude to you that you picked up and you want to implement.
yeah, before this session, I just thought haphazardly, there's no any sequence. Okay, I have to do this, but I have no any exactly idea what to do the first, then after. Now I think I get some sequence. I think this sequence will definitely help. This sequence will definitely
Plus,
help.
Mamta, with year by year, you will keep on improvising on that.
Yes,
You're
yes,
not doing it right now. You have said that it's a later kind of a goal.
yeah,
but
later kind of, yeah.
ultimate goal of your life. Your very
Yes.
existence happened because of this thing, maybe something like that. So you can
I
keep on improvising on
Yeah,
that.
I'm going to use this one. It worked for me. Thank you so much once again.
And thank you all the participants. Thanks a lot, Divya, for you know.
Thank
Getting
you, Dr.
right.
Dipali. It's other way around. Actually, you had them realize their compelling vision, and not only that, you help them structure it and make it into an action. So someday they would actually be starting, and we would be very proud of each of you who, with this intense purpose and vision, would be serving in their own way. It is just with your guide and their effort that we are able to do it. So thank you, Dr. Dipali, and thank you all the participants for being so engaging, because otherwise this wouldn't have been easy, and it wouldn't have been practical. Rather than easy, it wouldn't have been practical, and wouldn't have got best of the session. So thank you.
Thank you. Take your deep time.
I have one question. Sorry, every time I'm raising my hand, and I think most of the persons may irritate, but since
Yes.
a long back ago, I used to teach the bachelor level or master's level. And then I also used to interact only those person who was very interactive, but those guys who is reserved and silent one, will generally leave them. But I think if you calmly or you just politely, you can enforce others guys who are participate here. We can listen her views also. I'm not enforcing them. I'm just encouraging them. Please participate to all of us, so that because only 2 or 3% were only blah 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 blah. Others are keep silent and silent. So we may get some others idea from others participant. It's my personal views, Divya ma'am. It's not nothing serious, but
No,
just
no,
I'm
no,
going to
no,
say.
that is that is actually a
relevant.
great idea.
Yeah, it's relevant as
We
well.
were actually thinking maybe it takes day or two for everyone to open up, right?
Yeah.
New environment, maybe our English, we are adapting to each other's language.
Yes, yes,
And
because pronounce is differently. Everyone's pronunciation is different, but we can learn from each other how they even
definitely,
we just how they pronounce, because sometimes some life we may meet that kind of people. So if you used to hear that kind of pronounce, we may understand them. It's my personal views. Maybe I'm wrong, but
no, 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 you are
just I want to hear
absolutely correct.
everyone
We
as
would,
being
we would
already.
really like this discussion to be, just going on like a melange, culture melange. Everyone
Yeah.
interact with each other. We get best out of each other. Okay, that would really be good idea. So participants, we all request you to interact as much as you can. If you are able to put your videos on, great. But if you are not able to, we would like to hear you once in a while. Type on a chat
Yeah.
or everything. It would be good to have everyone here.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
We
Thank you,
can,
Deepali ma'am.
Mamta, we can plan something around this, and then together we can connect, all the participants can connect
Yeah.
and discuss. And once we have that strong foundation, I think by the end of 1 month, all of you would be close buddies. And then we can actually go on a world tour to each countries.
Yeah, yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Professor
Thank you.
Deepali. Yeah,
Professor.
your session is very good. Thank you so much.
Professor,
Let's leave
Deepak,
for a break. Yeah. Go ahead.
Deepak, can we have the contact of the professor, the email or even the
Yeah.
link?
We'll send you contact details of each professor if you require.
Yes.
We
To
can do that.
keep in touch, together. And,
Sorry, can you
to keep in
repeat?
touch with the professor if you have a question, if you have some.
Definitely, you can connect with her. We'll share the contact details of the
Thank
professor.
you. Thank you,
Thank
Divya.
you. Now for the launch.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Let's part for a break for an half an hour. We resume back at 1:45, and then we have another super coach who has already joined us and will be sharing his knowledge with us in second half, post break. That's
Okay. The break, how much?
half
30
an hour.
minutes?
Half an hour. So we resume back
Half
at
an hour.
1:45.
Half an hour. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Ravi.
Yeah, can you confirm if I've already shared my screen
Yeah. It's visible.
and you can hear me properly?
Yeah.
And what about you seeing me now?
I am not able to see you. Let me just check. Yeah, I can see you. All fine. Perfectly fine.
Yeah, great.
Thank you, Ravi. Welcome back, everyone. I can see Mr. Tan. Rest of you, please confirm if you're back. Give us a thumbs up or any indication that you are back and that we can start with the next session. Okay, Andrea is back. Okay, others, a quick thumbs up. Okay, I can see Epesio. I think Ravi, 3-4 people are back and rest would be joining. I can see Tida on screen. So they are here. We can start.
Yeah. Thank you, Divya. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing? Mr. Tan?
I'm good. And you?
Yes,
This is
good.
fantastic. Yeah, great. Ms. Theda, I can see you as well. Yeah, you need to unmute so I can listen to you. All right. So did you enjoy your break? It was a half-an-hour break, and now this is time for our session on something very important that we are already diving in. So what session did we have in the morning?
So, Ravi,
Yep. Yeah,
yeah,
Divya.
yes. So, uh, today before this, we had a very interactive session about envisioning vision with Dr. Dipali.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now this is right. Yeah.
All right. So I just wanted to check about the learning. Yeah. Dunia Jaffer, if I got that name correctly. Thank you for sharing. What about our learning? What are we wanting to take from that learning and dive into this session on strategic thinking? Come on, let's warm up after the break. Let's interact. So, Ms. Theda, any takeaways from the earlier session? And how do you feel about understanding what is strategic thinking? Yeah, Mr. Tan?
Yes, it means looking forward and carefully analyzing the current capability of our organization and looking forward. That is what you want to be, what we want to be in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, and how to achieve it, how to fulfill that gap, and deciding the future vision, mission, goals, and how to get these strategic intents. And then maybe this is looking forward in the future strategically. Thank you, sir.
Oh, wonderful. So it's all about futuristic. And how do we ensure that our future planning gets into place as we want to? This exactly is going to be our session at this hour. So, Mr. Muhammad, I see you. Hello.
Yes. Hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Ravi.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Ravi.
Same here. In fact, I've been on and off being a part of all the sessions that were going on, and I was very happy to see that all of us were participating, involving ourselves, and I think we all can agree that with our involvement, our learning, they become intense.
Professor, we started thinking yesterday
Yes.
as philosophy, as mindset. Perhaps it's very important things for decision maker to have a vision, to have objective to achieve.
Yes, absolutely. That mindset is the entire thing. When we also dive into envisioning future today, it was about future. And if we have a mindset, that's what differentiates me or you from rest of the people.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So I'm very happy that we all are involved. And for this session as well, which is going to be taking you through, I'll just share the course of the flow for this session. and will explain what exactly and how exactly do we plan strategically. Okay, and we can think strategically. So Rafael, on the other hand, has also mentioned innovation in technology with the use of online methods is what you have reflected from the question on the screen. Rafael, I'm very happy about your participation on this. Yes, this is what has enabled us. We are interacting virtually right now. Who had thought almost 3 years back that something like this would be taking place with enriched learning? So great, Rafael, for your input. Let's understand the course of the workout. Let me first check how many of us are here in this session. I can see Mr. Mohammed. I can see Mr. Tan. Apalacio is what I can't see you right now, but you were there. Who else? Mamta Chaudhary, madam. Hello, good afternoon. Yep. I saw Miss Tida. Is there anybody else that I'm missing out who are there? Rafael has responded on chat. All right. So as we feel comfortable, let's join the session virtually over the camera as well for a better participation. Let's understand what is going to be our workout in front of us. Okay, so we have been talking strategy since yesterday. I would like to know from you what could be strategic thinking as we progress in the session. We'll talk about what are the benefits that we can draw out of strategic thinking. All right, why is it beneficial and how can it benefit us completely as we go back to our businesses? And if there is a process out of research on strategic thinking, then we'll be understanding what is that progress, what is it about creating vision, and how do we identify the opportunities or the bottlenecks as we are progressing into our businesses. Okay, and then why is it important to create a long-term plan and how do we track them in the short term is what we'll be understanding gradually. We'll define a problem statement for the advantage of all of us. So this session will involve ourselves into the benefit of practical application of strategic thinking, okay, for understanding all the processes better. We'll understand how do we generate insights, how do we get curious, what is ideation, and how do we select those ideas if we have already ideated. Okay, and then towards the conclusion of the session, we'll have our takeaways, our action plans, and of course, I will be delivering the top 5 tips for the benefit and advantage of each and every one of you. All right, so this is the flow for the session. Now I'm interested to know your inputs. How do you feel about this flow? Is there anything out of your experience or curiosity that you'd like to discuss at this moment? Take a moment, reflect, and let me know if there is anything out of your experience that you'd like me to cover further in this session, or anything that makes you more curious to dive into. If you're all good, can I have a thumbs up from your side? All those who are on screen can give me a thumbs up on the screen. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. And let me see who else. Mamta madam has also given me a thumbs up.
Jafar is also.
Oh, okay. I can't see all of them since I've shared my screen, but thank you for confirming.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's dive in. And at this moment, I'm interested to know from you, what do you think is strategic thinking? We've been talking about strategy, isn't it? What do you think is strategic thinking?
So what I believe that strategic thinking means the thinking about the procedures to achieve the set goals. There is a bridging. First we set the goals, and then there is a certain procedures to achieve that goal. So it is a thinking of the bridging between setting goals and achievement of that goals.
Okay. Identifying bridges. Great input, Mamta ma'am. Thank you. What else can we think of?
Defining strategic thinking is defining vision and having, like Mamta says, goals to achieve related to this
Okay.
vision.
Defining goals as well is strategic thinking and having a vision as well. Great, Mohammed sir. I'm happy. What else?
Hello, Professor. Strategic
Yes.
thinking is a process of analyzing complex situations
Okay.
and
Wow.
identifying opportunity.
Okay. So this is analysis of complex situations, Ms. Thira, as you mentioned. Great. Great input.
One thing I want to add.
Yes, Mamta.
So we have the long-term vision, and to achieve that long-term vision, we just break out into the short-term plans so that it helps to achieve that long-term. So it also counts as making the short-term, the plans to achieve that long-term one.
Okay. Long and short-term plans could be strategic thinking. Yes, absolutely. Anything else that comes to our mind? Anybody who is not being able to connect on voice, feel free to mention your thoughts on chat as well, but I prefer on voice.
Yes, I think carefully analysis of external environment.
Okay. External environment.
Yes.
All right. So this is the analysis of external environment as a part of or strategic thinking. Wow. Great. I'm so happy about all the inputs that I've received. Let me check if there is any revert on chat. So Mr. Mohammed have mentioned mental or thinking process applied by an individual in the context of achieving a goal or a set of goals. As a cognitive activity, wow, it produces thought. Yes, absolutely, Mr. Mohammed, and thanks for the earlier inputs on voice. Let me tell each and every one of you, everything that you've mentioned is actually more or less accepted as a part of strategic thinking. But is this complete? We'll understand what exactly does it mean when we can say that we are thinking strategically. Let's dive in. Let's understand. So we just discussed this. This is the output that what exactly is defined as strategic thinking. It is by taking a broader perspective. If we have a narrow perspective, it may not be classified as strategy. The most important is it is by taking a broader perspective. It has to be very large, very envisioned. How many of us have anyways observed an eagle anytime in our life? An eagle bird that soars high in the sky. We have heard about it, we've seen videos, or we have observed it by ourselves. It rises up. It envisions the entire broader space and then picks up on its target. So it is strategic thinking is rising 10,000 feet above the ground, not involving into the chaos or what is going on right now, but rising above. so that we can envision a much, much broader perspective when we have to think. Okay, so this is important. So the idea is to uncover any challenges and opportunities that might be possible. And why do we do this is to make choices on how to act and what to do. Otherwise, if it is just thinking, why are we even thinking? If we don't have to make any choices, if we don't have to act on them, why do we even plan it? Why spend so much of our precious time to get along? So the idea of taking action also becomes important in strategic thinking. And ultimately, what do we wish to achieve out of it? The purpose has to be to create a real difference in the longer period of time. So what do we understand out of these 4 statements that I've just explained? What comes to our mind? Yes, Rafael, you have mentioned practice of selecting long and short-term goals for reaching them. Absolutely, I agree. But if it has to be backed up with a broader perspective and for making choices on how to act on it. All right, so are we all clear? What exactly comprises is a part of strategic thinking? Okay, so it's not just a long-term goal. It's not individually a short-term tracker. It is not individually planning long-term. It is not individually having a vision, but it has a purpose. And then we can call it as strategic thinking. Otherwise, it's just a long-term planning. Have you ever given a thought, what could be a difference between strategic thinking and planning? That's where the difference comes in. Okay, so shall we move further? If I have your agreement?
Mr. Ravi,
Yes, Mr. Mohammed.
In this slide, strategic thinking is by taking a broad perspective to uncover or to cover challenges and opportunities.
Uncover is because there could be possibilities that we often omit to see while we are trudging and traveling into that path. But only when we rise up, we see, oh, there's a possibility.
Okay. To cover all challenges and opportunity. Okay.
Yes. How many of us carefully watched the video yesterday about a man running to save another man? And thinking big picture, you saw.
Yes.
So unless we, see the entire thing, we don't know perspective. Unless we rise above, we don't know what could be lying ahead for us, or what could be following us, and that's where it becomes strategic.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I understand. Okay.
All right. So great. Let's move further. Now, my next question to all of you is, what are the benefits that we can reap out of strategic thinking? What do you think?
What are the benefits of strategic thinking? To be a leader.
We could be leaders.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning, Professor Ravi.
Hi, good afternoon. Andrea.
Yes, I'm from Peru, so this is
Welcome.
almost 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good morning to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we are talking about what are the benefits of strategic thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the benefits is that you are prepared to any situation under uncertain future.
Very good. Great input, Andrea. And I've got a revert on chat from Sebastian mentioning resource management. I've made a note of it, Sebastian. Thank you. So what
It
else?
could help through the strategic thinking. It could help to cope up with the challenges.
Cope with the challenges as earlier mentioned.
Entertain the
prepare-
opportunities too.
Mhm.
Not only cope with the challenges, but entertain the opportunities too.
Yeah, and identify the opportunities. Great. Excellent, excellent input. So we are thinking good. Come on, let's reap more benefits out of strategic thinking. So we can understand the environment. So Sebastian, you mentioning understand the environment and the context. This could also be understood from the perspective of environment in which we operate and the environment that could be coming for us. Is it, Sebastian? What else?
Yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah, great. Thank you for your input, Sebastian. I'd like to see you on camera if you can. What else? What else can we think of?
Yes, make certain for the future uncertainty.
So probably
Make-
encash future,
Uncertainties.
safeguard future as well.
Yes.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Right.
All right. What else? And anybody would like to share any example? Something that you've witnessed recently around you, in your organization. Somebody shared a story with you about, how strategic thinking changed the entire thing for them, benefited them. Feel free for that as well.
Creating value.
It may be we can get the competitive advantage.
Great, Mr. Tan. The
Yes.
competitive advantage.
Advantages.
Yep, absolutely great. Sebastian, hi, I see you. Thank you for showing up. Yes, so let's dive in with more energy now. The competitive advantage is what Mr. Tan has just mentioned, is what we can benefit out of strategic thinking. What else?
Creating value, Mr. Ravi.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Muhammad.
Creating value in the economy or the ecosystem.
Value creation.
Value
Can I sum it
creation.
up like this? Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So it could be overall value creation. Yes, I agree.
I think one more.
Yes.
I think to minimize the risks.
Minimize the risk.
Yeah.
All right. What else?
Better decision making.
Decision making. Thank you, Ms. Sida. Yes, absolutely. I am mentioning this. So all these things clubbed. Yes, you all are true. You all are, correct when you mention that all these things are something that we can benefit out of strategic thinking. Let me sum it up for you. Now, how many of us have actually heard about electric vehicles in the present time? Electric vehicles, EVs, the vehicles that
Yes.
on not fossil fuels. Yep, we have.
Electric vehicle, yes.
Did we hear about electric vehicles 5 years back?
No.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so some of us say no. Sebastian says yes. Did we even think electric vehicles 20 years before?
No.
So that's where the idea came in. Okay, so when I say the actual benefits that we can draw out of strategic thinking is the part of having a successful idea. We can end up creating a successful idea out of strategic thinking. Let me share a case from the history. Okay, you all are ready for it? A case from the history. We've heard about Ford cars, Ford, the manufacturer of cars, Ford, F-O-R-D.
Ford, yes, Ford.
Yeah.
Yes. American cars. Yes.
Yes. So when Henry Ford came up with a successful idea of creating motor cars, where at that particular point of time, people only used to ride on horses. So he said, I'll create a motor car. So that was a successful idea. And he made a fortune out of it because he was the only one manufacturing cars. Then he scaled up his business because of that particular technology and the idea that he had. But what happened in future? Ford was creating, manufacturing only black color cars. Only black color cars. Then came in General Motors with a disruption. And they said, I will, in between scaling up and disruption, General Motors jumped in and offered the customers colored cars. And they scaled up their business. Meanwhile, Toyota entered with a disruption. And they said, why wait for your car for months and months? We have technology. We can deliver your car in 1 month's time. So Ford came up with a successful idea in the first place by thinking strategically. Then General Motors scaled up on that idea, that successful idea, by offering different colors. Toyota came up with disruption in technology and changed the entire perspective of cars. And all those cars were running on fossil fuels. Now the idea is replaced. It is all electric cars. We understand? So there is not just one successful idea which is going to stay forever. This has to be the major understanding of us out of this. So we are benefiting to create a successful idea. Through strategic thinking, we can scale up on that idea. Through strategic thinking, we can create disruption in an already successful idea that we have. And we can even replace a successful idea with another successful idea if we are thinking strategically. Let it sink in, and I need a confirmation from all of us if we are clear on this. If there are questions so far, do let me know. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mohammed, for confirming. Thank you, Sebastian. Anybody else, any question? If we can understand this absolutely clearly, then it affirms me that we can dive into the session further and can create something more meaningful with our activity as a part of this workout. So, Mr. Tan, can I have a thumbs up from you if you are clear? Good. Ms. Tita, Andrea, thanks.
Yes, clear.
Yes, thank you. Jose, I see you. Hi, thank you. All right. So let's see, what does it take to think strategically? Thank you, Jose. Now, this is a process for the rest of the workout, and we'll understand each process for our benefit. As we strategic thinkers, leaders, and managers will be taking away and utilizing into our workspaces that we have. So first, it begins with having a vision. We'll understand what is a vision and how is it different from just a thought. Then what is the long-term goals and how do we track those goals? We've spoken about this earlier in our discussion. What are the trends? How do we analyze them? And how do we get, connect those, what is happening around us and what is happening around rest of the world? We'll understand through an activity, what is system map and levers? What are the benefits, the opportunities for us, biggest opportunities, and some bottlenecks if we can identify. And how do we get curious by generating insights for us? Okay, and the process goes in by mentioning the process of ideation after we have generated insights, and how do we make choices? Okay, is it just that we randomly pick, or is there a process involved? Is there a theory or a model which can be helpful for our advantage? And once we have made those choices, execution becomes easy for us. So ready to dive in, everybody? Okay, Andrea, thank you for confirming. And Ms. Mamta, ready? We're clear? Let's dive in. Okay. So, yep. Let's understand what is it about creating vision. I have these 3 statements for you in front of you. Can we guess? Okay, let me tell you that these are vision statements. Okay, of 3 different organizations. Can we guess whose vision statement is this? Let me name it as A, B, and C.
Maybe
Alibaba.
the last one, C is the visions of Microsoft.
Bullseye, Mr. Khan. Yes, you
Yes.
got it. So C is taken. A, Mr. Muhammad, you were pretty close. Yes, it's an online company.
Amazon?
Yes, Sebastian, this is Amazon. So A is done. C is we have understood. What do we think about B?
I don't know. I'm thinking about Coca-Cola.
Too many people have paid. Okay. Yes, pretty close as you can say, but not the correct one.
Warner Bros.
Warner Bros.
Maybe Disney?
Yes, Sebastian, Disney is the correct answer for this.
And C, Mr. Ravi?
Yes, the answer is Disney.
Now B and C, empower every person.
C is Microsoft.
Microsoft, empower every. Okay.
Okay. So now, of course, good with the part of guessing game and hitting the bullseye. I'm happy. But what do we notice in these statements? Any peculiarity that we notice?
That they are very broad.
Very broad. Now think about Disney mentioning to make people happy. Now, how do I define how much happy that happy? Happy is happy. It's a broad vision. It's like the atmosphere, the sky, the space that it is continuously has to be achieved. It doesn't have a defined value. Okay. Everything you see, all these 3 vision statements that I've shared, nothing has a defined value. But it can be followed by the top leader of the organization, while it can also be followed by the janitor of any organization. isn't it? So
Yes.
at this moment, I am just getting curious on what is the vision of your organization? Does your organization has a vision statement? Please mention it on chat or else let me know on voice, if you will. In case your organization doesn't have a vision statement, what is the vision statement that you like to, envision for your organization? Think on that line. Use the participant handbook as well to mention that vision if you don't want to share it publicly in this session.
Yes, Mr. Ravi.
Yes.
Okay, our vision here in our ministry is to become a hub of digital.
Okay, so you say become hub of tourism, is it?
No, not tourism, digital economy and
Become hub of, yep, absolutely. That can be, accounted for one of the vision statements. It does not have any defined value. So that can account for it. Great, Mr. Mohammed. Like, yes, Ms. Mamta.
Yeah, it's all about my organization. My organization is a development sector. It's non-profit organization. And then the vision, or you can say that, just I have one question. What's the difference between vision and mission? I don't know it's a vision or mission of my organization, but there is one statement, sustainable to agri-food system. That's one vision of our organization. And to sustain this system, we have a 4 framework, just like the better production, better nutrition, and then better life, and then better environment. Considering this 4 framework, where we are working on sustainable agri-food system. It's basically related to my organization. It's not my any individual, that it's our organization's concept.
Yep, absolutely got it. So, when you mentioned this sustainable agri-food business, now if I mention this as for everyone, it becomes a vision. Okay. Now, if I put constraints on through certain things, certain criteria, it might be my mission. Okay, so vision
means,
is,
you mean say that the simple you can define that vision is a broader, and then to achieve that broader concept, the mission can be categorized in different steps, and then
absolutely. You got it right, Ms. Mamta. I'm so happy. Is everybody else clear on this idea of vision? Yeah, Sebastian, you have raised your hand.
Yeah, what I was also thinking is that the second one and the third one, meaning Disney and Microsoft, have something in common, that they are placing some emotion in their vision, because Disney wants to make people happy. No, this very customer oriented, and also Microsoft wants to empower people. Which is also customer oriented, and both are playing with emotions of people, which is something
in common.
Maybe something really important for the organizations to like to place the customer in the middle for what they want to do.
Absolutely, Sebastian, you've actually hit a very important point. Now the idea, that's where I mentioned, if vision is something that may not be a responsibility of one person, but it is a sunglass, as that covers us. The way that we see is through that particular vision. If I end up wearing red glasses, I see my world around as red, whatever that I want to see, but it's all engulfed into red. If I wear green, it's into green. If it is brown, it is brown. Okay, just as an example. So vision is something that irrespective of the job responsibility, irrespective of the power or position in the organization, it can be absorbed by each and every person in the organization, whether a top manager, a middle manager, a junior level manager, or just a simple worker or a watchman of the organization. All right. Are we all clear on this? So vision is something which is very, very vast. All right. So are we clear on so far on what is vision? Let's move further. Now, this is what I've just explained. Ask yourself, when we want to create a vision, what does the world look like, feel like, or think like once we succeed in making a difference? That's ultimately the vision that we create for our organization or for ourselves. It's that wide. Okay. Let's dive into what are the long-term goals and short-term trackers. So we have defined a vision. You can think about your own organization having a vision. Now, what is long-term goals, as we spoke earlier, and what are the short-term trackers? What does your company or team want to achieve in the next 10 to 15 years? Feel free to mention it on chat. I usually do this activity in groups, but I see a couple of us, so we already form up a group here. So let's discuss it right here. What does your company or team want to achieve in the next 10 to 15 years? And while we are thinking about this achievement of our organization, let's think on it without the constraints of any resources or technology.
Set clear vision.
Yeah, Thira. You mentioned something?
Set a vision.
Okay, I am sorry, Ms. Thira, I could not get you properly.
Yes, I mean set clear vision.
Okay, set clear vision. Okay. Fair enough. Now that exactly is the question we have moved on. After we have set a vision, what does a company or team want to achieve in the next 10 to 15 years is the next question that we are diving in. Yeah, Ms. Mohammed, yep.
Okay, here in Tunisia and in our Ministry of Information and Communication Technology, we hope what we want to achieve is to digitalize all the government service.
Okay.
Oriented citizens, yes.
Okay.
Based on the mobile ID.
Okay. Using
mobile ID.
Mobile interface. Okay.
Identification.
Okay. So great. That is a great long-term goal. And of course, I'm sure at this moment, when we are thinking 10 years or 15 years from today, we may not would like to confine ourselves into where will so much of resources come in from, so much of technology, so much of towers, so much of reaching out to people, educating people. All those things are secondary. But the idea is my long-term goal, 10 to 15 years from now. So it's a great long-term goal, Mr. Mohammed, that you've shared. Thank you. So this is when we are thinking long-term. What about, give me a moment. Yeah. Now, at this moment, now think that you've already mentioned your long-term goal. Now think of a short-term tracker in the next 1 to 2 years that would tell you that you have started to progress in the direction of meeting your long-term goals. What will tell you, Mr. Mohammed, that you are traveling or moving in the right direction in next 1 to 2 years?
Now, think the question of short-term tracker in the next. Okay. I understand. Okay. Perhaps the KPI is that we are 12 million citizens in Tunisia. I would say that the majority of citizens will have their mobile ID, the digital identification, their digital identification, and use the majority of government service using internet.
Okay. So 70, say major, how do we define major? When we get into short-term goals, trackers, Mr. Mohammed, we have to define more, we have to get more specific. So say 70% of the population.
Indicator,
60%,
KPI.
yes. So 70% of the population is having mobile IDs.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So your long-term plan is digital government services for the entire population. In 1 to 2 years, if 70% of the population has mobile ID, it can be a tracker that your long-term goal is, about to get or progressing in the right direction.
Yes.
Okay, great. I am curious about others. What do we think? Did we understand this point, long-term goal and short-term trackers? Or is there any experience or anything out of your organization that you would like to share?
So I want to ask you.
Yeah, why not?
Yes, you have already described strategic long-term goals and short-term tracker and short-term objective. So what is the digitalized government services to be? That is long-term goal. What is the vision? What is the vision? Vision is the overall setting of the first we have to have vision first, and then long-term how to get there, what you want to how to define our goal to achieve the vision. So long-term goals and short-term objective is okay, but what is the visions? Yes.
Okay, great. I'm so happy, Mr. Tan, for this quality question. Now, of course, this is not told to me, but in the first place, I need to have a vision in my head as a strategic thinker. Okay, so my vision can be banking services at fingertips. Okay. This is my vision. And then I say my long-term goal is to have, to provide digital banking for population. All right. And my short-term tracker is mobile ID creation for 60% population. Did we get it, Mr. Tan? So
Yes.
why vision is going to stay. Now I am saying banking services at fingertips, or I can change it and mention mobile services at fingertips. All my services my finances on my fingertips can be a better vision statement. My finances on my at my fingertips can be my vision. Or yeah, finances at my fingertips. Simple, whatever way that we want to change it. So that thing can enable me in my long term, 10, 15 years. First of all, I'm providing banking services. Now, do I stop there? I can probably change and have another plan. Let me integrate it with different health services, insurance services, savings, or loans, as everything compiled on my fingertips. That can be another long term. And to ensure that we are moving in that direction, we need short term tracker. This one.
Yes, I want to know about your long-term goal to provide digital banking for population. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's missing.
Okay. I probably just kept it, but yeah, I remember. Tell me.
Yeah, yes. To be digital banking, maybe a vision. To provide the vision, we have to have digital skills and digital ID in population. Maybe one of the achievement goal of the digital banking system. Maybe our vision to be digital banking. So we have to have digital ID and goal one is digital. Firstly, we have to have our people have digital ID, and maybe was something another. I want to think vision and goal have to change. I have to be vision maybe digital banking system. So we have to achieve a digital ID in our publics, and then maybe the past 1 year, 1 and 2 years, all of our people have digital ID, and 3 and 4 years, maybe goal 2, goal 3. This is to be a digital banking system in our country. I think like this.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. So very well spoken, Mr. Tan. Very well, great inputs from you. Now the idea is, why do we need to define these short-term trackers? Is basically to ensure that we have the right direction. It is not just the speed we want. We want the direction also. What if we are moving speedily into a wrong direction? So our short-term trackers become important for us for ensuring that we are in the right direction. Yes, Sebastian, you have raised your hand.
Yes.
Yes, I was doing the exercise right now for my company, not the one that I work for but for mine. And I just, this is like a draft, but I think this is the vision that we can have right now. And it's like to be I mean, what does the company wants to achieve in the next 10 to 15 years? It can be something like to be recognized as a virtual shop where people can find anything for their lifestyle. And let me know what you think after this. And the short-term trackers could be, first of all, increase the number of products that we offer. And it has two components. One of them is develop our new products. And we're currently doing this. We're working in collection number 2. We are also launching this month some frames with digital pictures. And we're also launching our coffee brand in the website and the social network. And also to have, in order to have increase the offer of products that we have, invite some brands to offer their products, invite some brands that are aligned to us to offer their products. The second one, or the second trackers could be improve the website to improve the shopping process. And number 3, increase the presence in social network. As we are, as in the vision is to be a virtual shop. So it is hand in hand. I don't know what do you think, or what, if you see any improvement opportunity there.
You are actually correct, Sebastian. Now you are saying in the long-term plan, you want your organization wishes to be recognized as a brew shop or a place where people can find different things, everything in one place. That's a long-term vision.
Yeah, from fashion to, from fashion to something for your office or your house.
Yep. So you define that long-term plan, okay? Now, a short-term tracker, as clearly mentioned. So what do you need to do to ensure that people can actually find something 10 to 15 years down the line? You develop new products based on coffee. You collaborate with certain brands, can be another short-term tracker. The short-term, another tracker can be improve your website. Another tracker short-term can be have an improved social network. So all these things are short-term trackers. And they are absolutely, you're thinking correctly, Sebastian, absolutely bang on. Good. All right, so is everybody in sync and in the common line to understand? Are we clear on long-term trackers, long-term goals and short-term trackers? I see a couple of you on camera. Miss Mamta, yes, you nodded. Mr. Jose, can I see that? Mr. Tan, I hope we are clear with this. Mr. Mohammed, thank you for your amazing participation. Mr. Tan, Sebastian, and everyone else who are still thinking in this direction. All right, so let's dive in and understand what is the next step as it comes. We have defined our vision, we have defined our long-term goal, and we have defined our short-term trackers. Now what comes next is systems thinking and identifying levers. All right. So do we know these people? Do we recognize them? Anybody?
Can you provide a hint on any one of them?
Yes, I can provide a hint. And the only hint I can give you right now before I blurt out the correct answer is they all are making their presence in this session because they have been thinking strategically and they created a major difference. All right, in case we don't recognize them, doesn't matter. We don't lose marks there, but why they are here becomes important for us. So,
Mr. Ravi, the right man is a scientist working in a laboratory of, I don't know.
Mr. Mohammed, smart one. Yeah, I accept. Yes, you have guessed it correctly, but now let me reveal. The person labeled A is John Keynes. John Keynes. John Keynes. He was a famous economist who professed World War I.
John Keynes. Okay.
And immediately after World War I, he was the one who professed that there would be another world war that would take place. Okay. So he's making his way in this session because of his, because he could see there was another world war coming. For the person B here is Mr. Raghuram Rajan. He's the ex-governor of RBI, Reserve Bank of India. And he's making his presence in this session of strategic thinking because in 2005, the year 2005, he mentioned through his article that there is a great recession coming and US needs to amend their policies in order to stop that. Of course, he was turned down by the US administration at that time, mentioning that he's misguiding. But how many of us remember the great subprime crisis that took place in the US in the year 2008?
Okay, he's a visionary. He gives advice to US decision maker, but there is a crisis.
Yes. So in the year 2005, he could see that there was a crisis that was approaching US by the year 2008.
Okay.
So 3 years in advance, he was able to, connect.
And the decision maker in US don't take in consideration his advice. Okay.
No.
Because they think they are the leadership of the world.
Of course, there could be different reasons, but people don't, the idea, Mr. Mohammed, is people don't accept the ideas that they can't even imagine.
Yes.
Okay. So this is where the difference starts to crop in when we are thinking strategically and we are thinking generally. And let me tell you, this person C, as rightly, partially recognized by Mr. Mohammed, he is a scientist. He works in a laboratory, but he's making his presence in this session. He's Dr. Fauci. Yeah. And he's here because with his article, he had already warned the world that there is a pandemic approaching the world. And it is going to affect the entire world. He could see that.
Okay. Mr. Ravi.
Yes.
Can we have their name, these three men, in the chat, just to see in the internet their article? And
Of course. I would request my team to mention it. Meanwhile, I progress in the session. So Divya, just make a mention of it, or else Mr. Mohammed, just remind me towards the end as well.
Okay.
So the idea is here. So he could see well in advance that there was a pandemic. We all have survived this pandemic, didn't we? And that's why we are here. Now, why they could see all that, what they could see, is because they did not think, in a linear fashion. They could connect different things. A person, Mr. B, Mr. Rajan, while sitting in India, he could see what was happening in US and what was coming for US. So he was able to connect different dots in the environment. If it was only, a normal person thinking, he would only think in one direction, linear direction. But as a strategic thinker, I end up connecting dots, all the possibilities. Are we crystal clear on this particular point? I need a confirmation so that we can progress. Let it sink in.
The question, Professor Ravi, the question was?
Yes.
What's the question?
My question is, are we clear why it is important to connect the dots, to have that strategic vision coming into place, that thinking into place? We just don't have to think in a linear direction. You can be sitting in your place, office, home right now, but you could have a connection, somewhere else which is happening in the world.
Yes.
For example, if, I see Miss Mamta and I was going through the profile, if Nepal, for example, has, happy butterflies in the garden of Nepal, okay, then India can expect a happy spring, a fruitful spring. That's geographical. So we are kilometers apart. Okay, the same way we can have different things conjoined, linkages are there. More linkage that we connect, better strategies we end up creating. Are we clear now?
Yes.
Okay, so let's understand this. Yes.
Professor Ravi, we should link the dots to have a vision, a global vision. This is the summary.
Yes, of course. Otherwise, how will I end up getting differentiated from a commoner? If I only have to think that where is my food, I have to eat food, then this is me as a commoner. But if I think this year it's going to be a dry year, it's going to be a flood year, it's going to be something else. If I can see that, connect it, plan for the future, for the population, that's where my strategy comes into place. Okay? Okay, let's understand this better with the help of this example. Now here, we all can see a very fancy iPhone, a great instrument, isn't it?
Yes.
Here we see a completely destroyed coral reef.
Yes.
Can we draw any connection between a fancy iPhone and a destroyed coral reef? Now let's apply a strategic thinking.
Waste disposal.
Ah, great, Andrea. Waste disposal. What else can we think of?
Global warming.
Pollution.
Mhm. Great, great input. What else?
Pollution in general. Yes.
The components.
The government. Is it?
No, the components of the phone.
Yes, Jules, great, great input. The idea here is components of the phone. You know, the ocean water is also used to wash the chips, microchips of the iPhone. So the components of the phone while manufacturing as well as disposing. Okay. Great. I'm very happy that we are able to think. Did we now at this moment, let's pause. I am interested to know, did we ever, take a mention of that this iPhone that we might have in our pockets today could be resulting into something disastrous?
Not individually.
Not individually. Yeah. So here it becomes when we are trying to connect the dots, from a fancy instrument in our hand, that people really want to have one. What could be the repercussions? If it is creating a repercussion, so from the idea of an iPhone to a healthy coral reef to a destroyed coral reef. Now, these are three areas where we might want to work upon. Just mentioning, you mentioned components of the phone. So if as a strategic thinker, you want to ideate, how can I have a better version of, the components of the phone so that they don't affect the coral reef? So I am working here. But if as a strategic thinker, I want to think in the direction of how do I end up saving a healthy coral reef? Then I could be thinking into how do I dispose of the waste properly? Are we understanding, everybody?
Yes.
Yeah. And then it is about how do I take care of the pollution and water and pollution of air?
Yes.
It's almost.
Okay. And then I can, as a strategic thinker, also think, I already have a destroyed coral reef. Now, how can I strategize to rebuild it? Did we understand this particular point? So it is not just one linear connection. I could be thinking, mobile and the industry. I could be thinking healthy coral reef. I could also be thinking a destroyed coral reef, and then I connect all the dots in between to create a better strategy.
We should think globally, Professor Ravi.
Yeah.
Okay. Industry and environment and many domains which should touch many domains. Okay.
Absolutely, Mr. Mohammed. So what I'm doing is, let me reiterate. If we did not get this one, I'm reiterating because this becomes very, very important for the next workout that we'll have. Okay, I'm re-explaining. I have a instrument which, is probably getting connected to a healthy coral reef and resulting into a destroyed coral reef. We came up with the idea that it is improper waste disposal which is taking place. It is global warming which is happening because of the industries. It is the pollution that is causing. So we connected it completely, right? Clear so far? Now my idea for strategic thinking is, how how do we connect better as well? So as a strategic thinker, we could be thinking to improve that there is no waste through the mobile phone. All right. As a strategic thinker, we could be thinking whatever, apart from a mobile phone also, is contributing to a healthy coral reef, I infuse more of it. In the third place, as a strategic thinker, I can think the coral reef is already destroyed. How have people rebuilt it? So I take inputs from this, and this, and connect each one of them for drafting out my strategy. Let it sink in for 3 seconds and let me know if there is any question cropping up in your head.
Mr. Ravi, can you repeat, please, your question, because I don't have it clearly.
Okay, my question is, did we understand how we connect different aspects of a process?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so that was my question. If there is any question that you would like to ask me at this moment, please feel free.
Professor Ravi.
Yep.
Go, Andrea, go, no problem.
Thanks, Mohammed. I was
ladies
thinking
first.
about connecting the dots,
Yes.
and from here you can actually think of many things, like let your imagination fly. But I am concerned about some things like resources that at the end are going to make the strategy work. So I am concerned that thinking a strategy, we might like go out of our thinking out of the box, but then just jump into the wall of the limited resources. What do you think about that?
Andrea, you are actually thinking absolutely straight. We have to move out. If we end up getting confined by the limitations of our resources around us, we don't create a strategy at all. We are just making patches, to the trouble that we have. Are we bringing a permanent solution to it? For example, when I mentioned about electric vehicles, we were not able to imagine them 10 years before. We didn't even think. But what if we had to create a difference in the course of time? We had to think beyond. So we had to move out. Okay, so yes, you are right when you are saying that that it becomes important for me to think out of the box without the constraint of resources. Great. Mamta, Ms. Mamta Chaudhary.
Yeah. What I understand from this connecting the dots means that why we strategical thinking means not only think the good side, or just we should connect the whole side. If these things happen, what will be going to be impact? So we are not going to connect only with the strength side, we should also connect with the weakness side. So if you are connecting all the dots, then only the good, the output will come. That means it's connecting the dots, what I understand from you.
Absolutely. You remember when you had mentioned that we are able to identify if there are any crises, any wrong things, we can make up for the risk that could be coming for us.
Yeah.
Yes, that's where we have to connect them. Very well. I'm happy. Sebastian.
Yeah, I was hearing about the resources, and from my experience, yes, the resources are important, but they come in second place, because the most important of the resources is to generate value. If you don't have value to offer, then what is the purpose of looking for resources to make it happen? So first of all, you have to focus on creating value. two examples. For example, Steve Jobs didn't focus on founding until he got the idea. So first he got the idea, he got the value, and then he found someone, you know, to found it, to fund the value, to fund the idea. And another example is that even in companies, when they don't have the resources, they go out and look for it. They knock on banks, they knock the door on banks. They you know, like they sell shares. No, so what I'm trying to say here is that more important than the resources to make it happen is to structure very well the strategy, to know that what you're trying to do have value in the market.
Absolutely.
I don't know if it was clear or if you have any thoughts, Ravi.
It's crystal clear. I'm happy that you are thinking on the alternative sides as well. Creating of the value is important. If I don't end up creating value, you remember when I defined strategic thinking, it was to create long-term value. So if I don't end up creating value, what's the purpose of using my resources, whatever that are, or why do I even worry about the resources if there's no value addition, no value creation? So great point, Sebastian. Thank you for your inputs. Mr. Mohammed.
Okay, thank you, Professor. My question is to define a vision. Is there a method or how we can identify the dots that we should interconnect to define a global vision in any context? Is there?
It has to be perpetual. A vision will be perpetual.
Perpetual.
Yeah. So if it is something that is perpetual, it is going to stay. We can't achieve it, but we can continue to achieve it. But we still can't achieve it. That amount for a vision.
Okay. For example, in this, when we want to manufacture iPhone, perhaps the industrial will focus on the manufacturing. He don't see the environment impact. How decision maker can see that there is dots concerning environment, dots concerning.
No, if I was with a company manufacturing a phone and I created a vision to create world-class technology without harming the environment, that could be my vision. Then I will think that my components or my processes are not harming. Otherwise, I have created a vision. Now we are stepping down, Mr. Mohammed. We understood what it takes to qualify as a vision. We understood what are the long-term plans. We understood what are the short-term trackers. And then after all this, we have dived into the next process. And that is, how do we connect the dots? System thinking and levers.
Okay.
So the levers over here becomes whether I would like to work on the technology. The lever, another here can be whether I want to work more in the direction of saving a healthy coral reef, or my third lever is whether I want to work on rebuilding a destroyed coral reef. So I've got three levers over here. Okay, so which is the biggest opportunity? As a strategic thinker, we will identify and further process it. All right, so great. I'm happy about the learning so far. It's 3:15 by my watch. What do you think about taking a break?
Yes, it's time.
Thank you, Ravi. I was just about to jump in and ask you for a short break.
Yeah, because Divya, the next course involves them. I think you all should be high on energy, rejuvenated to jump in for an activity which is coming up next after the break. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a.
Thank you, Professor.
We meet in 10 minutes.
So 3:25 it is. Okay.
Yep. Okay, I'm back. What about others?
Welcome back, everyone.
Javed,
I
it's
think,
just me.
Ravi,
that
you
I'm
were 1
taking
minute
time?
early. That's fine.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I watch. Okay.
Let's
All
wait
right.
for a minute. I think they'll be back.
Sure.
See, you can see Mamta joining.
Okay, so welcome back, Ms. Mamta Chaudhary. After the break. Let's see. Jules, you're back. Andrea, you're back. Good. Let's see who else. Mr. Tan, Ms. Theda. Theda, are we enjoying so far about our learnings?
Kira, you're mute.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, good. All right, Mr. Mohammed, I saw your vacant chair. Now it's filled. All right, so ready to dive in, everybody? Yeah, Mr. Tan, thank you for confirming. Okay, so we understood systems levers. We identified 3 levers in this picture, in this workout. Now let's understand it through a caselet. Okay, so I'll read it out for the benefit of everybody. Mr. Never Grow Up is the CEO of Always Have Fun Toys. Their CEO would mean the top manager. They are a successful manufacturer and marketer of physical playthings for little ones less than 5 years old. So those squeaky toys, those who squeak when they're pressed, so they manufacture them. Mr. Never Grow Up has not been sleeping well of late. The once dear time of play has converted to digital devices. Children are staring into the screen and his toys are lying on the shelf. Basically, his toys are not selling anymore. He has come to us to apply strategic thinking to solve the challenge to his business. He needs our help. And to understand this better, let me design this, how do we define a system map? Did we understand this caselet? What is the situation that we are diving in? Mr. Mohammed, Sebastian, did we understand the case?
Yeah.
Yes.
I am trying to read it carefully.
Okay, continue. If you need any assistance, Mr. Tan, let me know. Ms. Theda, who else do I see? Andrea, did we get the case? What is the case that we are
Yes.
getting? Yep,
Yes.
great.
This is a manufacturer that manufactures physical toys in a digital world where kids
Yep.
are using more digital than toys actually.
Absolutely. So they are manufacturing those squeaky toys, as they squeak when we press them. And so they're manufacturing these. But those toys are not moving off the shelf. They're not selling because kids, they want to involve themselves more into screen time.
Skin,
Yeah. So this is the case. Did we get it, everybody? Let me check with Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan, we got the case now? We understood the case? What is the case?
Sorry, what?
Did we understand the case now? That we have a situation
Yeah, yes.
where we have been approached by one of our clients. Mr. Never Grow Up is his name. And he manufactures toys, squeaky toys for kids. And his toys are not selling in the market because kids now want to spend more time on digital devices or screen time. So he has come to seek help and advice from us as a strategic thinker. Okay. So this
Yes.
is the case. So let me define, a common, simple system map, of a toy business. What can we think? Can we agree on this? That a simple system map for a toy business can be a customer is looking out to engage his child, and then he ends up searching for any engagement tools, locates a toy as an engagement tool, finds a place to buy it, he buys it, and then the child plays with the toy. Isn't it, accepted? This is a simple model that we can create a system map for a toy business. Is there anything else that comes to your mind?
Yes, we need to consider long-term benefits. So kids are very young. Most of the time they mostly they sell to the digital screen. So we are in the long term, that is the negative effect on kids. So we have to consider the negative effect on our for our customer habits or customer satisfaction. We need to have. I think this is we need to have. This is the change we need to make. We need to have. Yes, I think. So.
Of course, of course. Absolutely well taken. Yes, you are thinking in the benefit of the children for a longer perspective. Yes.
Yes.
But for the benefit of our session, this workout on strategic thinking, this in front of us is a simple system map for a toy business. It can begin from a customer who is looking out to engage the child, and then getting into probably goes into searching, how can I engage my child, a toddler perhaps. And then once he's searched, he looks out for where can I find this toy. He buys that toy, and ultimately the child plays with that toy. All right. So this is a simple system map. Yeah, Mr. Mohammed.
This system map is a system map according to the customer view, or
yeah, as per the customer view.
Okay.
Look, this is a case. Yeah, this is the case study that we are diving into. We read that case, Mr. Never Grow Up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for his business, this is a system map which is currently into place.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Andrea, you've raised your hand.
Yeah, Professor, you asked what we thought about this system map. Maybe it should reflect also the fact that the kid won't play with it. After buying the toy, buys the toy, it won't immediately engage in playing with it, maybe.
Yeah.
We should add the problematic, because kids are engaging devices.
Absolutely. So now you have already started to think strategically, Andrea. I'm happy about this. So what you are saying is, this is how it goes. So the child has already got a toy, it engages to play with that toy for a while, and again then he needs a new toy. So the customer again has to go. All right, and look out for a new toy for the child. So this is the map. Now let me give some insights on how we can identify different levers at this moment. Okay, give me a moment. Now, as a strategic thinker, we could be looking at infusing our insights. We are connecting more dots now, as we did earlier. You remember?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we are identifying more levers for us. So what are we doing is we have infused 3 dots here, 3 new levers for education, for art, or for physical growth. So customer wants to engage the child either for education, either for art, either for physical growth, either for socializing, either for developing interpersonal skills. There can be many dots that we can connect. Understood, everyone?
Yeah.
Now, once we have done this, so this is done for engagement, and then the customer can probably search where he can go and look out for that toy. If it is for education, he will search for education. If it is for physical growth, he'll search for physical growth. If for interpersonal development, he'll look out for that. Correct? So a simple linear system map can be made. It has to be converted into a complex perspective, a broader, much broader perspective as a strategic thinker. This is the underlying idea for this particular workout. Did we understand this one? Let me know if there are any questions that could be cropping up in our head.
May I?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, Dr. Yeah, actually, what I understand from this is the existing map of that Mr. Nehru Group organization, and
Yeah.
that by considering this map, we can elaborate more. Just in the earlier session, we just know the connecting the different dots. So analyzing this map, we can elaborate more, just like in different section. Search for engagement tools. What kind of different tools for education, art, and physical growth? So that means we all are exploring the same map with in broader area.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
So we can relate that earlier session, the connecting different dots. So here we are connecting for this particular engagement tool, that what kind of tools where we can, apply, just like in education area or physical growth area. So now we are connecting the different dots, no? Am I right here?
Absolutely. Now look at this one. Now these 3 points are clear as you understood. Okay. So this one, this one, this one, we understood. Now there can be another lever that we could probably want to understand. The toy, the material that we are getting for that toy is, we have certain neighbor issues. The country that we are importing from, we are not having that trade happening currently. So that could get affected. So we even, understand and explore that area as a strategic thinker.
Yeah, the international trade are now, yeah, we can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did we
Simply, you
get
can
it?
also think about more in this session, find a store, a place to buy, like that. If you want to make or build a warehouse nearby any schools, like that. So that it's visible for the attractive and visible for the children who nearby the any schools, any college is related to the kids, any school. So we can think more on that parts also, a store and place.
Absolutely. You are thinking absolutely in the right direction, Ms. Mamta Chaudhary. Jose, you've raised your hand.
Professor Ravi.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Mohammed.
What you put border issue with neighbor. what's the impact in this system now?
Oh, great. How can this impact? Think if I want to explore, there are, if I say the soft material of that squeaky toy, if I'm importing it from certain country, and say, for example, take the example of pandemic. What happened? The international borders were closed across the globe. Did we get the supply of all those things, that we wanted? The businesses had shut down.
Yes.
The transportation had stopped to a certain level.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm also exploring what could be external to my linear system map, which is already existing.
Okay, the supply chain. We are exploring supply chain.
The supply chain as well is not just one thing. Supply chain is one of the things that we need to explore as well.
Okay.
Okay. So as a strategic thinker, when we have to think strategically, we just don't pick up one thing and start working on it. First, we have a broader vision, and then we identify which is the area that we want to work upon. Once we have identified all the perspectives. Give me a thumbs up at this moment if we are clear with this, so that we can dive in further for understanding. Yeah, great, Andrea. Thank you. Great, Mamta, Mr. Mohammed. Great. I'm happy. I can see you. What about Mr. Tan and Ms. Thida? Are we clear?
Yeah, yes, clear.
Okay. Great. Thank you for confirming. Let's dive in to understand how do we define an opportunity statement. This is the next process, next step in the process for thinking strategically. First was creating vision. Second, long-term goals. Third was short-term trackers. Fourth was systems lever. Now that we have explored all those possibilities, how do we know which one to pick up? So when we have to pick up, we have to reframe everything as a question. How can I engage my child better? Could be one of the questions that we may ask as a strategic thinker. Clear? So the moment that we frame it into a how question, we are creating inquisitiveness, curiosity is generated. And that's where we want to identify that this is my biggest opportunity, or this one is my biggest bottleneck that I would like to avoid. All right. So let's see how it works. So what do you think can be the biggest opportunity statement for Always Have Fun Limited? We shared a little example. What do you think? Squeaky toys already into manufacturing. What is the opportunity that he can come up with? Probably he might want to get into toys that change color or shapes over a period of time.
Not only to change the shape and the color, I think the manufacturers should diversify his product also, considering the demand of their kids, because they are more attractive in the nowadays digitalization. So why not considering those digitalization screen? They make certain kind of toys, diversify the product so that the kids are attracted and they feel same like a screen digitalization. So it's a big thing. We can make the short-term trap, so we can utilize those concepts. But we can think about that.
Great. So you are saying infuse technology
Yeah.
into the squeaky toys. Great point. That's
So it
where
they play physically as well as that they feel that it is a digital kind like that. No infusion, it's a fusion of the both one. So I think the manufacturers
Yes.
should think like that.
So you would suggest that. So you are looking at technology as one of the major, levers for
Yeah.
always have fun. I'm so happy. So
Mr. Ravi,
yes, yes.
according to this question, the opportunity statement for your chosen level, according to the market, to the number of customer that will buy this toy, or according to the design of the product, or what? Opportunity
It could be
statement.
anything. For us as a strategic thinker, Mr. Mohammed, everything is engulfed. What do you want to focus on as a strategic thinker? Is it the price centric customers that we want to focus on? If you want to capitalize, if you see this as a bigger lever, you focus on that. If you say, no, this is a bottleneck, the price becomes a bottleneck, then you focus on how do I, reduce that cost. Correct? It can be alternative. The alternative can be, I want to, spread out not for the entire population of children. It is only selective with the age of, 2 to 3 years of age, or up to 5 years of age only. Or my toy can be, I'm removing this. Let me focus more on kids between 5 to 10 years of age. It could be another option. More dots that we have in the environment, it is our responsibility to connect those dots and create a meaningful outcome. Okay? Yeah, so let's move further and understand how do we generate insights. Okay, this is the next step in strategic thinking. These are the 5 questions that we need to ask once we have identified. For example, Ms. Mamta Chaudhary ji has mentioned infusing technology as one of the levers that she would like to suggest. So, who does the technology affect? The company, the parents, the child, whoever. So I keep on exploring that. After I've identified that who question, I ask what.
What are the issues? Yeah.
Yeah. And then where, is it the toy? Is it a byproduct? Is it something? It is, radiation free, all those things. Where and when does it get inculcated into this? And why do I need to do this? So the moment I ask these 5 questions, I'm getting more curious. I'm generating that curiosity within me as a strategic thinker, how these things, the lever that I've identified for as an opportunity, can be fulfilled. How can I have more ideas? Okay, I think this is mentioned in your participant handbook. Otherwise, feel free to capture a screenshot of these questions for your advantage.
Yeah, it's already done, screenshot, rather than
Yes.
to note. Yeah.
Absolutely. So once we have got, curious, where will we ask these questions? What is the space that we would like to explore? Somebody who is already buying our toys? To explore, to have a better exploration, do you think we'll approach our customers?
No, we can. I think we should approach both one, the customer who already used and the customer who haven't used that material. They have a both on ideas. They give the different alternatives, and then after getting different alternatives, we can just compare and then bring out the but combining the same thing, connecting those both dots, non-customer and then customer, only bring out the one new things from their views.
Absolutely.
Not only
Uh,
go through the used customer, but also the new one.
All right. So let me a great point, Mamta, madam. There is one thing that I like to, bring up. Usually, when I conduct this session on strategic thinking, I tell my cohort that once if you are focusing only on the customer to generate insights, we are becoming a marketer. Okay. If we are focusing on our customers and non-customers, we are basically focusing as a competitor, a competitive analyst. But the moment that we focus on all other spaces, schools, crèche, amusement parks, so they are not our customers, but they might have a requirement for such products. The other spaces around us. Once we have expanded our horizon, it becomes a part of strategic thinking. Did we understand?
Can you describe once again the what comes under the other species you just?
Other spaces. Now, a customer can be somebody, a child who cribs to their parents, I need that toy. So the customer, the parent comes in, buys it, is a customer. A non-customer, somebody who is not buying that toy.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Now the other spaces can be, who would you like to talk to? A teacher. Okay. So for my child, a teacher is neither a non-customer or a customer, but she's an other space. I asked the teacher, what kind of a toy should I buy for my child?
Yeah.
Okay. So I also end up exploring other spaces.
We are connecting the dots out
Yeah,
there.
Absolutely, Andrea. Great point. Yes. And this is where the strategic thinking comes into place. Otherwise, it is partial, then the long-term value addition or disruption may not happen. So great. I'm happy that we all are understanding happily and participating as well. Let's get into ideation. Now, this is one very interesting activity. We are a little short on time. So let's do this activity a little quickly. Note down as many ideas as possible of how else can you use a break. On your paper, no need to mention it on chat. I just need the number. You have 1 minute. Your time starts already, but is the countdown? Use your pen and paper, come on. I'll give you another 15 seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. Stop. How many ideas did we get? Let's begin with, I see Andrea. Andrea, how many ideas?
I just got 3.
3. Wow, that's a great number. What about you, Ms. Mamta?
Not exactly many more, it's 2.
2. Okay, great. Mr. Mohammed, how many ideas did we generate? None? You
You're
need to
muted.
unmute.
Mohammed, you're mute.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. One, the brick is used to construct building.
Of course. Did we identify any alternative? No, you were not a part of this activity?
No, I am a part. I'm here.
Okay. So what else? If usually when I conduct this for youngsters, young students, if I do it, then they came up with 23 ideas, 23 ideas of a possible use of a brick, which included using it as a color, using it as a weapon, using it for mobile stand, using it for, as a door stopper. So they continued to come up with the ideas. What did we think of?
I thought I just combined, that one the construction and one the one thing as that when we are in my childhood, I sometimes I used to just you told me that a weapon and then as a toy, just like a toy, just I divided, that one the construction thing which covered all of the thing, and one thing just like a childhood, it's a play items, it's like this.
Yeah, so a brick as a toy. Great point. Andrea, what did we come up with?
I come up with using it as a chair, like just to sit on it.
Yes,
A little
absolutely.
table, so you can
Yep.
write down on it, and a door stopper.
Great. So now you see, when we were thinking individually, Andrea came up with 3 ideas, Mamta came up with 2 ideas, Mohammed came up with another idea. If we were thinking and ideating into a group, we combine all these ideas.
Yeah.
At the stage of ideation, everybody, it's very important that we, any idea is a good idea. We just don't, eliminate it thinking, no, it won't work. So if it is an idea, if this come to your mind, note it down. When we are in the process of ideating, focus on the number of ideas, not the quality of ideas.
Yeah.
Okay? It is very, very important to focus on the quantity at the ideation level. And then we can nurse those ideas. How exactly is it possible? And we break any assumptions. No. Brick as a color, it is not possible. Brick as a weapon, no, it is not possible. Forget that. If it is an idea, mention it. Keep mentioning. The quantity is important when we are ideating. Clear? And then once we have ideated enough in a group, how do we select this idea? This is almost the most important model that I want to share with all of you. Is we classify them into these quadrants. So x-axis has high impact to low impact. Give me a moment, this one. And the y-axis has, easy to do ideas and difficult to do ideas. All right, so we create a matrix, 4 quadrants. We define them as A, B, C, and D. All right. Now, as a strategic thinker, where would you like to place your focus on? A or B or C or D?
Can you repeat the question, Mr. Ravi?
Yeah, the question is, if we have ideated and there are things, that fall into quadrant A, that means high impact and easy to do. So high impact and easy to do.
These quadrants, yes.
High impact and difficult to do is quadrant B. Low impact and difficult to do is quadrant C. And low impact and easy to do is quadrant D. As a strategic thinker, where
I
would
think I will
you?
go.
Yeah, Andrea.
I think I will go somewhere between A and B because I want it to be high impact, but not as easy to do, so that a competitor can also do it. So I want it to be challenging too.
Great, you're thinking straight, Andrea. I'm happy. What about others? Where would you like to place your focus on?
What I know from my experiences, setting the goal, setting the high goal, you know that one is not a good thing. Whether it is achievable or not, we should also think on that part. So I think if it is a high impact and easy to do, why not go through this one?
That means if it is a high impact thing, if it is easy to do, as Andrea just mentioned, Mamta, the idea is if I can do it, I find it as high impact. And if it is easy to do, then if Andrea is doing it, so would Muhammad, so would Mamta, so would Ravi. Everybody can do it. Yeah, of
Yeah.
course, I can work in that direction. But when it comes to strategic thinking, our focus has to lie on B. Everything. So a high impact thing, but a difficult to do job, so that it cannot be copied and we can reap maximum benefit out of it. Okay. And what about, do we even think about quadrant D? Easy to do and low impact. Or probably quadrant C. All those ideas, difficult to do and low impact. Will we even waste our energy or time or resources? No. Okay. So important part is once we have ideated better and clearly we get into this part of the quadrant matrix and focus on everything that falls into quadrant B. Clear? Can I have a thumbs up if we are clear on this?
Yeah, we can restore it, if I have a different ideas, somewhere, someplace that I may use, so we can restore it,
Absolutely, Mamta, I'm so happy. So as we work out our strategy, once we are back to our workspaces, after this session, we can think about what is a vision that we carry and where would we like to reach from in 10 to 15 years from now. Okay. And what are the things that are going to be mentioning or reminding us that we are on track or we have drifted away? So we define our short-term trackers at our work. And what are the system that you are a part of, that linear system? Most important activity, we spent a great deal of amount of time into this. Okay, so remember that system, what system are you a part of? And what would you like to explore as an opportunity or a bottleneck? So what are the ideas? How would you like to ideate? What spaces would you like to visit for getting more ideas and curiosity? And how do you make those choices? Remember that quadrant B is the focus for a strategic thinker. All right. So as we almost conclude and I get curious about any questions or any suggestions directly from you or a feedback will be very important. These are the top 5 tips for everybody. Imagine the world that you would like to see. Have that vision. Remove any constraints by thinking long term. What's present today may not be there tomorrow. What's not present today may be in abundance, at a later stage. So long term has to be without any constraints. Synthesize your system and identify as many linkages and relationships as we can. We can connect the dots. Continue to do that as a strategic thinker and get curious. Those 5 questions. what, when, where, why, who are very, very important. Okay, and select the ideas that are high impact. Don't waste your time into no high impact ideas. Make sure you have an idea that is difficult to do as a strategic thinker. So these calls off for the session. I am 5 minutes beyond my time. I'm sorry if I ruined your appointments anywhere, but I'm getting curious about the insights. I need your feedback. That's very important for me.
Thank you, Ravi. I have shared the feedback link as well with everyone. Request you all to fill it so that we know how to go further with this program. Ravi has covered a very critical part of our 3-day strategy, which is strategic thinking. Okay, so far we started our day 1 with what is essential to be a strategic thinker. Then we talked about thinking big picture, which is about overcoming biases, things which cloud our judgment. Then today we start with planning for a future, envisioning vision. We learned about Bhag goal. You all have created visions template for yourself. Now Ravi added a very critical element of how do we strategize and put that vision into action. How do we build around that vision? So thanks a lot, Ravi, for the same. Tomorrow we are going to cover third and the most important part of the strategy. Now, once we know, once we have a systems map with us, now we are going to generate the ideas and we are going to cover the issues around each of the ideas. So that is what we have planned for today, day before tomorrow, and day after tomorrow. Okay, so that's it for the day. Have a nice time. I don't know, it might be good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is. Have a great time.
All right. Thank you, Divya. Thank you very much, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Ravi sir.
Enjoyed the session with you.
Thank you.
Keep learning and
Thank you.
keep
Thank you,
enjoying.
Professor Ravi. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I see you all tomorrow at 11.
Yeah, sure. Bye-bye. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye. You all want to connect, you all can. We'll keep this link live for 5 more minutes. If you want to connect, please fill it.
I think you share in WhatsApp, no? That feedback link.
Yeah, I have shared
Yeah,
it.
we will do on that part. No worry. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mamta, I think based on what you said, I could see a lot more people joining in second half.
Yeah,
that's
very
kudos to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Today evaluation. How about today evaluation?
You're saying something?
Think.
I missed it. Can you repeat?
Yes. Yes. We need to have feedbacks for today's lecture. So
Feedback for today's lecture.
Yeah, we have not linked yet.
I think it's in WhatsApp group.
I have
as well
sent you on a chat and both on WhatsApp. I'll send it to you on chat again, and I have also shared it on the WhatsApp group. I hope you are there on WhatsApp group.
Okay, bye-bye. Have a
Share
nice.
your feedback. Thank you. Bye.
Have a good day.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
Andrea, bye-bye. All friends, bye-bye.